Honk.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Argonauts. Welcome, folks, to a Friday night. It's a Friday night stream. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope you folks are looking forward to what I think is going to be a really awesome session today as we return to D&D with viewers and we present the incredible and amazing, as he goes looking for it, because I know it's here, Legacy of Dragonholt. There we go. Legacy of Dragonholt. What's going on, everyone? And I hope everyone's looking forward to playing this awesome game with me tonight. I am excited to bring it back. It's actually been a little while since we've done this. It had taken, I think the last time we played this was maybe like 3 weeks. Yeah, I was just thinking that same song, Trip, and I'm like, but that's Saturday night. I'm like, Saturday night's all right. Anyway. But yes, it is all right for fighting usurpers, and we have got to take this usurper down because that will not be allowed. Because I want to be clear. What's up, Prince Justin? Because I want to be clear about the fact that, you know, we here on the channel do not approve of people who try to claim that someone is falsely in leadership. In fact, I think that we could say that most of us on this channel would agree that it's important to acknowledge who actually is in charge and who isn't. And, not try to pretend that something happened that didn't and not try to overturn the results of a leadership challenge. I'm just saying. I feel like that's important to keep in mind. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing well, and I hope everyone is looking forward to a fun session today. I am going to talk a little bit, too, about the schedule today, and or I should say the schedule for the month, which is now done, and just a couple of updates about things, so I will do that in just a moment. But before I do that, hey, what's up, Thordex Mommy? Oh, nice, Thordex Mommy. Yeah, you're getting to see... That's good stuff. I actually, Thordex Mommy, it's funny you mentioned this because you're one of the people that I'm going to be talking about in just a minute. So, before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please make sure to check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Please follow us on those things and please subscribe to us over on YouTube and Twitter if you can as well. But YouTube in particular because I'm really trying to get those numbers up. If we can get up to 1,000 subscribers, that will give me a lot of flexibility in terms of what I can do to monetize the channel, which will be helpful in turn because it'll be useful just in case anything ever happens to Twitch and this platform. I don't expect that to be the case, but you know, if you've been watching any of the DMCA stuff going down and everything, I just want to make sure that I got all my I's dotted and my T's crossed, even though I have for many, many years used my own music and used stuff that was directly under my control. But oh my goodness, Crit Twitch has subscribed at Tier 1. Thank you very much, Crit Twitch. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. Thank you. And so, yeah, it's just important to have other possible things out there. Just to be clear, just in case. Thank you, Crit Twitch, very much for the 21 months. That is crazy stuff. So, please consider subbing over there. And you can find the website for all of this, of course, on my website, arvineleron.com. On the financial side, as Triffid was nice enough to place, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond, Adventures in Middle-earth, and soon to be Esper Genesis also. Again, I know I've been saying this for a while, but just in case you missed it, the shop is under construction, so there's going to be some stuff getting fixed on that. I don't expect I'm going to be able to do too much on that until closer to the end of the month because I have some stuff going on this weekend that I can't talk about yet. And then next week I have some other things to do. I'm getting air conditioning, special ductless air conditioning thing put into my office here so that I do not roast during the summer and do not freeze during the winter. And I'm going to be doing that. And then I have some other things that I have to do. I have to pick up the car from the body shop where it is currently being repaired after the deer incident, the great Three Rivers Comic-Con deer incident of 2021, which will live in history. So I've got that stuff to do and other things like that. You're roasting right now? Yeah, Prince Justin. It's not been very bad out here. It really has not been too bad. Today was the thunderstorm territory, but it's going to be getting hotter and hotter. And, you know, it's June. Like, I mean, it's cool. Like, I get it. But still, I want to make sure that I have something to keep us a little bit cooler. Anyway, so we've got that going on. And then I have a couple of other things I have to do relating to Forbidden Library. And then, as I may have mentioned, my goal by the 3rd week of June is to have everything cleared off my plate and literally just spend between mid-June and mid-August basically hanging with the family, streaming, reading books, so streaming, hanging out with you all, hanging with the family, reading books, and playing some video games off stream too. Like just basically I'm not even going to be doing any writing or anything like that. I'm just going to be focusing on just relaxing and resting. Then mid-August, we're going to kick things up. Obviously, if stuff comes in, if stuff, happens that has to, I have an edit that comes in that I need to do or whatever, I'll do that. But otherwise, I'm not taking on anything new until we get to mid-August. And then I'm going to start, getting my syllabi ready for the fall semester. And then I'm going to be, getting ready for what is going to be very busy with the Gray Shade Kickstarter coming up and all that stuff. So I want to make sure that I clear that stuff off my plate in the next few weeks. So that's what we've got going on. Let me see. So ARV Shop, then Exclamation Point ARV Treon is the Patreon, sitting there at $2.14 per month, 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. Again, anyone who can support that, it's a big help to us here because it really is the financial backbone of the channel. So any support people can give, that would be much appreciated. Plus, you can get inspirations. The inspirations, by the way, have been updated for the month of June. Only thing I haven't done is I haven't updated the channel inspirations because I keep forgetting how to do that. I need to figure out an easier way to do it because I just feel like it's, for some reason, something is not clicking with my brain about how to get the channel inspirations fixed. But anyway, there are 2 channel inspirations that are available, and I'll have to, be aware of that and fix that at some point. But otherwise, the inspirations are back online, and those are in good shape. And so if we continue to build the Patreon, we can get other cool stuff. Yeah, the honor system. I mean, that is one way to do it. I have to think of a better way to manage it. I mean, Shadow's explained it to me. Poor Shadow Mage has explained it like 4 times. And he even has it pinned to the mod channel and on Discord. It's just that a lot of times I forget about it until I start streaming, and then I'm like, oh crap, and then I got to go run. So anyway, I'll think of something. So Patreon, obviously subbing to the channel, as Crit Twitch was nice enough to just resub just now. That gets you also those custom sub badges and emotes and theoretically inspirations as well, depending on the level at which you support. Of course, if you haven't already done so, please jump on board with those things. And on the publishing side, Exclamation Point Icarus. Exclamation Point Icarus will get you over to the Icarus graphic novel, which is now a Silver Medal Award winner from the IBPA Benjamin Franklin Award for Best Graphic Novel of 2020. So that is going on, and that Athos Arts is going to be responsible for doing the Gray Shade books, which are going to be coming out. Gray Shade will be coming out in the next 6 weeks or so. And then the Kickstarter for Gray Shade is late summer, early fall. And that will be, of course, the tabletop board game and the role-playing game and the other books and the audiobook from Trendane and all this kind of good stuff. So a lot of stuff coming up with that. And that's Exclamation Point Gray Shade KS. And last but certainly not least, Exclamation Point Library, which is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. So that's what we got going on with that. And last but certainly not least, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to continue to affirm and assert this fact about the importance of Black lives. There are resources on that link that you should check out. And Exclamation Point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Now, I have a little bit of information to share with all of you, but first, let me get rid of that and get rid of that. And let me turn on my new cool fade-in of... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So what's going on, chat? Welcome. Welcome to my humble abode. Welcome to the table setup. And if you're wondering why we're doing it this way, it's because I've decided to come talk to you. There's a very important issue that exists now within America, and it is the situation of what we do when we don't know what to do with our camera setup. That situation, I don't know, that has nothing to do with this. No, it's actually because we're doing, and I just realized I have to fix this. Oh, I know why, because I zoom in a little bit. That's why. I zoom in like that, probably, I think. That's how we zoom in a bit. Yeah. That's how we zoom in a little bit, and then see we've got that, and then I just have to push this up a little bit. If I can do it without turning it, which is not always easy, and then you go up. Okay. That's probably going to be something I'm going to need to fix, but that's basically it. And now we have our setup. So we've got our awesome setup here that we're ready for, and we've got the Legacy of Dragonholt ready to play. But I want to talk about a couple of things first. So today was a busy day because I went down, first of all, my big news about Little Arv. Little Arv got her second vaccination today, which means that it was easy. It was just in and out, super simple. She got her second vaccination today, which means that in 2 weeks, She is going to be immune, as I am, and she is going to be safe. And in 3 weeks, she's going off to camp. And the camp just actually sent out directions, basically sent out like guidance from the state of New York, which is, even though we're now living in Southern Connecticut, she's going to camp in New York, to the place that she went before. It's a really awesome camp. And they sent new guidelines, which basically says, not enough Man U fans. See, I thought, Galadriel Bot, that perhaps you and or your owner might approve. I hoped you would approve of the current outfit that I'm wearing. I hope you approve. Anyway, what's up, Dragon Spear? Hey, what's going on, Coven? This is working fine, actually. What I did was, I basically just, because I realized, I'm like, I've got a freaking big office finally. So instead of just moving it up and moving it down, if I ever need to use this mic stand for like actual music performance, because I have another mic stand, then I'll just, if I have to use this particular one, I'll deal with it then. But otherwise, I might as well just leave it set up. So what I basically do is I have my webcam, I disconnect my webcam and I put it over there, and I just move the setup. So that way the boom more or less stays in one place, and the arm here, which you can't see at the moment because I zoomed in, basically stays in one spot, which is the way I want it. So that's really good. Yes, I'm such a sharp dresser. Well, thank you. So anyway, it's a Rooney jersey. There you go. It's an old style Rooney jersey that I got when I was in the Bronx there, Dragon. Where was I? So anyway, so she's fully vaccinated. And so the camp basically said, the email that the camp said was basically like, all right, if you are vaccinated, you don't need to get any more testing. You don't need to, basically you pretty much are good as long as you like have actual proof of your vaccination. What are the odds? What are the odds? Nice. So the vaccinations are just set and like you're good to go. And you just need to be in proof of vaccination or to have it uploaded. And of course, we have that proof and we will upload it. And so no testing, nothing like that. And then the rest of the email, like 2/3 of the email, is all the stuff you have to do if you're not vaccinated. Like you have to be tested here, come in the car, get a quick test. We've hired this group that's going to be on site, which will do testing for this in case of a quarantine with a blah, blah, blah. If you're vaccinated, see you at camp is basically what it is, which is awesome. And so I was just like, this is great. Everything is okay for now. She may get a little sore over the next couple of days, but 2 weeks from now, she's going to be completely immune. And 3 weeks from now, she's going to camp and having a great time. I feel awesome. In fact, I'm here to tell you, I feel ridiculously smug about it. I actually I was on the bed talking to my wife about this yesterday, and I literally was like, have you found a digital wallet? No, not in the state of Connecticut where I am now, but New York has one actually, Dragon, but we're not going to use that. I mean, all we need here is just the card. I'm sure by the time the fall rolls around, they're going to have some kind of digital, app thing. Like I'm sure they'll have that available. But anyway, so I was sitting on the bed talking to my wife about this, and I'm like, yeah, and so this is yesterday, and I'm like, she's getting vaccinated tomorrow. And I was like, look at my, let me just, and she was really funny. She's just like, can I help you with your back? I'm like, yeah, would you mind just like, could you just pat me right there? Or maybe you want to pat me on that side. She's like, pat. I'm like, thank you. I just, no, I mean, all jokes aside, I am so happy that she's safe. I can't even tell you what a relief it is to know that she's safe from this and that she can enjoy her full life with this. She's been so good about being careful about masking and everything. I'm so glad that we got her all the way. And so, 2 weeks from now, she'll be immune. And that only leaves, the only one in my household left is my son, who, Mini Arv, who's going to be turning 5 in 2 days, people. But obviously there's no vaccine which has been approved yet for him. But by the fall, we should get him vaccinated and then we are good to go. So, so that was great. Anyway, that was the first thing. And then the second thing was that little Arv got her braces off today. So she had her top braces off a couple months ago, and the bottom took a little bit longer, and now her braces are off. So they're done, and she's got a retainer imaged, and so she's going to be doing one of those Invisalign things that she'll wear here and there. But otherwise, braces are off. So she's got the braces off. She's got the vaccine thing done. So it was a big day in a little Arv world, and so I was making sure that I had to do all that stuff. Time traveler, having seen a video of it, exactly. Yeah, I know, right, Coven? Isn't that crazy? Hey, what's up, Pencil Mage? Well, I hope so. So anyway, yeah. Really, really excited to be able. It sounds like we're on a nice streak. Yeah, I'm telling you, I was just like very excited to have her to get all that stuff. So we did all of that and all that business, and then the other thing I did today, chat, was I sent out a bunch of stuff. So I want you all to know that Thordax Mommy, the CDU1 is on the way. I want you to know that Mrs. Dunsel, your dice set, I believe it is on the way. And there may be something else. I think it was just the dice set. If Brahms comes in here, the book and the dice are on the way. Wenchkin, his stuff is on the way. So all the people's stuff is on the way, except for, the only exception to that is Echo Alpha's stuff, because Echo's going to be moving. Everyone here knows, I think, that he's moving. His brother's moving, so his new address stuff. So there's that. Dragon Spear, your stuff is on the way as well. Dragon Spear having won the Prince Justin thing, so that's on the way. So everyone is ready to go. Definitely Crit Twitch for sure. So that's all the way. Oh, really, Coven? Yeah, man, I understand. That's a mixed thing for you. I know. I totally get it. But so yeah, so all that stuff is on the way. So the only exceptions are Echo, and then there's two people. Nee Morrigan, I need to track down. If Nee Morrigan shows up, please somebody let me know, because I need to track Nee Morrigan down and get the address from Nee Morrigan. I also need to get the Gamer Main, the Gamer ME's address. I may have it already, but I need to double check and get that address also so I can send out those things. And the last person whose work I haven't sent out is Rock God's amazing photograph, which I am sending to Peripheral Mike Smith, who won it, who is in England. And your boy here was not in the middle of thunderstorms and everything else going to also try to fiddle with that. And so there, yeah, like I just, sorry, I'm going to send that out. So that's going to be sent out early next week. But everything else is on the way. And so everyone, if you won something with ArvCon, it should be on its way to you. Talisman, as well, the Pegasus Spiele folks, I'm going to be sending more details about them so that they can ship stuff off to you. So that should be happening fairly quickly. And one little thing I wanted to mention all of you, which I thought you'd find funny. So I was like setting up everything, and you have to like fill out customs to send things to people. Apparently Canada has the slowest mail system known to man. Like when I was mailing stuff off in the post office, I was like, Canada, and they're like, whew. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, we can send it there as fast as anyone else, but once it gets there, who the hell knows what happens? I was like, well, I'm also sending something to Australia, and they're like, that's faster. I'm like, then Canada? And they're like, yep, lovely country, but... So I was like, all right, so whatever. But for Wenchkin, so I set this thing off to Wenchkin, but I don't actually know Wenchkin's real name. So I just know them as Wenchkin. In fact, Mrs. Dunsel, you're going to see that your package they didn't have a problem with, but I literally just put Mrs. Dunsel and then your address. So apparently they didn't want to question that, for whatever that's worth. But I was just like, so I don't know his real name. And they were like, well, sir, you've got to put a first name. They won't take an international package without a first name. So I was just like, Wenchkin's first name? Joe Wenchkin. so somewhere Joe Wenchkin Wenchkin's going to get this thing that's like, I'm Joe Wenchkin. And I'm just like, all right, Joe Wenchkin, like whatever. I was just like, dude, are you serious? Like, oh my God. Hey, Garlic Tofu. So yes. And speaking of people that are getting stuff sent to them, Ballsteg. So first of all, the package from me, Garlic Tofu, I do have the real names and addresses of Garlic Tofu and Ballsteg. That is on its way. And Pegasus and Alligator Alley has been sent the address, which will be sending it off to the distributor and all that kind of stuff. So that's the deal with that. John Doe Wenchkin. Yeah, it probably is his name, right? He's going to be like, wait, my God, Art's been stalking me. Oh, it was so funny. Because I'm like, I don't know his name. He's like, what do you mean he doesn't know his name? You don't know his name. I'm like, this was online for a charity event. And he was like, and I'm like, clearly I had reached we at the post office do not have the ability to go beyond the set of rules that are listed here. And I'm like, he's like, what's his first name? I'm like, Joe Wenchkin. He's like, his name's Joe? I'm like, absolutely. Joe Wenchkin. It's just like, okay, dude, like, Wenchkin is his only name. No, they won't take it. I guess what I could have done is I could have made his first name Wench and his last name Kin. I guess I guess it could have. I was just at that point. I was just like, I don't even what. I don't even know. I'm not. I don't. I don't. You know. Oh man. Anyway, so that stuff is sent out. And that's the deal with that. Now, so that stuff is on its way. And again, I'm so grateful to everyone for ArvCon and like again, I've gotten so many good so much good feedback from that, from especially from Damon Runyon, but from the people who were there, people who contacted me privately, people who tweeted about it. So much good feeling. So good work, everyone. Like, not only did we raise a lot of money, set for an amazing charity. Not only did we come together as a community, but secondly, and nice little side benefit, it didn't hurt the channel either, because the channel, they were like, wow, this was a great community event, and is this what your community's always like? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, so that was great. So thank you to all the ArvCon lovely participants, and I've already talked about this ad nauseum, so I won't go any more into it, just to say so happy that it went, and they were really happy. And next year we're going to try to get Tiltify integrated and all this stuff. So it was cool. It was cool. Okay, two things. One, I want to talk about schedule, but before I get to that, I do want to just quickly mention that on the way back from the orthodontist / vaccination / mailing out all your stuff trip that Little Arv and I took, we listened in the car to the audio podcast, which I have to link here, the audio podcast of the D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder campaign, which ran for a long time. And it actually started at ArvCon like 4 years ago or something like that. And I just wanted to recommend, if you get a chance to do it, I don't have a link right now, but if you get a chance, take a look, just do a search for D&D with GOG and then podcast, and you'll find there's a link there. It's on Spotify, it's on Apple Music and Google Play and a bunch of these other places, but it actually translates really well to audio. So I just wanted to recommend that you all consider that, because it was cool. I did not actually know how it was going to go. And this is all Fleos who's doing this. Fleo's, fellow GOG person of great worth. Fleos is just, did this on his own. And so it actually comes out really well. And they're nice little hour-long segments. And you can hear it from the beginning. And I was actually listening to stuff being like, damn, I forgot that's where this all started. So, yeah. And that first session had actually 5 people, only 2 of whom stayed the whole time. Fleos dipped in and out. Chrono Wolf was in it, then had to drop out. Mega Pie Man PhD was in it, then he had to drop out. And then it was just Pyron Jade and Darksaber 2K, who were joined by Mike Smith, Peripheral Mike, and then joined by Tasty Chai. And that was the group that we had all the way into the end of it. So it was cool. You've been enjoying listening. It's on your podcast or catch. Oh, nice. Thank you, Triffid. Yeah, let me know, because I want to make sure I put a command in there also. So makes things, yeah, it's so cool. It just, I didn't realize that it worked that well in audio. And of course, I'm doing an audio podcast for Curse of Strahd, which is still probably got another 6 months to run. And I have to decide if I want to do something like that also for Eberron, which is going to be coming up later on this month. I don't know, because it does cost me something, and obviously the Patreon helps, but I have to be thinking I'm going to have to put together a new video for the introduction video for Eberron, and I'm going to be commissioning probably an overlay or 2. So we've got stuff that we've got to do with Eberron, and also with Ghosts of Saltmarsh, which is coming up. So I'm going to have to see about that. Although I will say that the Ghosts of Saltmarsh overlay has already been done for us thanks to the power of GOG and Pyron Jade. And this overlay is chef's kiss. This overlay is good. And so I'm hoping that between that and the talent that we've got there with Pyron Jade, with Darksaber 2K, with Peripheral Mike, and with Inanda, who's joining us for Ghosts of Saltmarsh, that's going to be really sweet. So I am excited. And for those of you who are like, man, I love Critical Role and they just finished season 2, what do I have to watch? May I recommend sessions of what I think is a game that is just as good as Critical Role. This is nothing against them. They're amazing. Matt Mercer's an amazing DM. This is not a flex. This is just to say I know the level of role-playing going on in all of our campaigns, and I would put them up against Critical Role. I think that the stuff that we do with Esper Genesis, the stuff that we do with Adventures of Middle-earth, the stuff that we do with Infinity and Beyond, the stuff that we do with D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, now Ghosts of Saltmarsh, the stuff we do with Talisman Adventures, the stuff we do even with Community D&D as well, all of that stuff, and also Soundclash the Clampdown, which is not even D&D, Blades in the Dark, Speculate stuff. It's good. I mean, I'm not, the reason I say this is that I defend my players and I want people to see the quality of the play going on this channel. I am increasingly convinced that the level of ability of the level of quality of what tabletop can bring to the world when used positively is worth it, is something I don't know. I'm just very fascinated by it, and I want to be able to do more work with it over time. So I'm like, I want more people to be able to see it. Oh, thank you, Coven, and I appreciate that, Prince Justin. That means a lot coming from you, Prince Justin, because obviously you have a lot of experience not only playing yourself but knowing a lot of others and seeing other their campaigns. So thank you about that. I did want to say too, I don't want to forget this. Oh man, it just went out of my head. I was gonna say when I was looking into the Ghosts of Saltmarsh, Eberron. I don't remember what the other thing was I was going to say. It'll come back to me. Yeah. So it was really cool. Yeah, I appreciate that, Triffid. And again, and this is just because I want other people to know about it and to get the word out, because the stuff that's really top notch. A lot of the play. Anyone who saw the conclusions of both of those campaigns. Including, I mean, anyone who caught the close of Red Pasha, that was good stuff. The Esper Genesis was good stuff. Adventures of Middle Earth, good stuff. Community D&D was good stuff. A lot of fun. It really was. It's a lot of fun, that campaign. So, yeah, so really good stuff on all that level. And even getting a chance to see stuff that is just like a one-shot, like the Pyre Waltz. Well, it was really cool. It was a really cool mech game that I never heard of before, and that was really neat. That Brandon kind of gave us that, so that was cool. And the close of Strahd was epic. Yeah, thank you, Trivida. Yeah, that was it was draining, as Rob said. So that's the only person I have to convince, by the way. Eberron, we have John, we have Tren, we have Jen Brozek from Emberwind, and Marie Bilodeau from Emberwind, who's joining us as part of Infinity and Beyond. Now the only question is Rob. It looks like Little Red Dot is not going to be able to join us for Infinity and Beyond. I'm not surprised about that. Dot has had a lot going on in her life. She's super overworked and just like has so much going on. So I'm disappointed but not surprised at all. And of course I totally get it. Like it's you know, she's still going to be with us with the Art Vocalist, and that's cool. But unfortunately I don't think we're going to get her back for INB, at least not for the Eberron campaign. But we do still have a good shot, I think, to get Rob. And again, no one put pressure on him. Rob is going to make his own decision about it, but I certainly hope so, because I'd love to have that group of 5. John, Rob, Tren, Marie, and Jen is a really great group. But even if we don't have Rob and we get those 4, still a great group, amazing group. And I'm excited. And Eberron's going to be super cool. I'm very pumped for Eberron. It's going to be great. It's going to be good stuff. So, yeah. I missed the Pasha's close. Oh, because you didn't get a chance to see. Yes. I get it. I do get it. Working with Peripheral, Mike on an NPC for Saltmarsh. Oh, you won the GOG raffle for that during ArvCon. Oh, sweet. That's right. That's awesome. Yeah. Mike is a really good dude. Mike is a super good dude. So, yeah. All right. Can I ask the mods, because my keyboard is over there, can I ask one of the mods to just quickly throw up a calendar link, please? Because I want to go through the calendar quickly and just talk about what happened, what we've got going on for June. If you're in the Patreon, by the way, you will notice that I've already posted my video summary, my little video newsletter. I'm really happy of these. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dragon and Triffid both. I'm really happy about these, because it just makes it a lot faster and a lot easier to do it. So thank you. Oh, Coven did it as well. We had all 3. See, that's the top mods right there. This is the best mods in the business, as I said. All right. So here's what we've got going on. Right. Okay. So we've got Legacy of Dragonholt coming up today. It's D&D with viewers. Tomorrow we've got Neverwinter Nights 2 complete. On Sunday, we have the special joint Speculate Twitch stream of Blades in the Dark. And we're actually going to get, you got a special treat this month, chat, because the Speculate Twitch stream of Blades in the Dark, Case the Cindered Seal, is going to happen not once this month, but twice on consecutive Sundays. You are going to get, we will have 4 Sundays in a row, if you count last Sunday with ArvCon. You're going to get Sunday the 6th, with Speculate with Blades in the Dark, Sunday the 13th with Blades in the Dark, and Sunday the 20th with Soundclash the Clampdown. Sunday TTRPG goodness. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm excited about that. That is going to be good stuff. So we've got that going on Sunday the 6th. Tuesday, we have a return to the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook series. We're doing the gamebook illustrations like we do with Terry Toons Illustrating, but this time we're going back into our roots. We're going back to Fighting Fantasy with, I think this is book like 27 or 28, and this is Phantoms of Fear. So that's going to be really cool. We'll be using Effect Life's Arvbot Plus. Then we've got Pen and Pixels, and I'm actually going to be doing a game on here that I'm trying out. This is a game that I heard about, and that you get to play yourself. I see. Yes. The first look at Solasta. So I don't know how many people know about this game, but Solasta is basically a game that is licensed with not D&D rules, but OGL rules. It's the same thing that allowed me to bring you this, which is using the original game license. That's what they licensed in computer form, which is actually the first time that I've ever seen that. So that's kind of sweet. And I'm interested to see how that plays out. I have heard some pretty good things about Solasta. I have also heard that it might be a little repetitive in paint by numbers. I don't know, but I'm going to give it a shot on Pen and Pixels because I want to see what it's like. So I'm going to be doing Solasta coming up on the 8th, a first look at Solasta. Then we're going to be off Wednesday, Thursday. We'll be back on Friday with Esper Genesis, sponsored by Alligator Alley Entertainment. That will also be after the ductless AC is working. This is one of the reasons why the 9th and 10th is off too, because I don't know how hot it's going to be up here. But on the 11th, it's going to be freaking working. So that's what I know. Then Saturday, what's up, Lone Wolf? Good to see you. Saturday, we have the premiere. The 12th, we have the premiere, Be There or Be Square, of D&D with INB. So we've got Eberron, folks, coming up. And the name of the campaign is Eberron, Oracle of War. This is a big campaign, folks. This is supposed to be a level 1 to level 20 campaign. This is a no-joke, belt yourself in, let's go campaign. And Eberron is so freaking cool, I cannot even tell you. The idea of Warforged, I'm going to go through all of this during session 0, but Warforged, of lightning rails, of the dragon marked, of the various houses, of the group patrons of Sharn, the City of Towers, which is not even where we start. We start in the Mournland with a group of scavengers, and then there's airships and freaking like massive enormous colossi that you can I mean, it's just freaking halfling barbarians with dinosaur mounts, and like it's so freaking good, isn't it, Prince Justin? Oh my god, I love Eberron, and I'm so excited to be able to play it, partially because it's so different, you know? It's such a different setup, and yet still D&D 5e. So I'm excited for Eberron. A lot of the way to describe it is almost a little bit of Indiana Jones noir, sort of. It's really pulp is really what it is, and but also with this whole extra flavor. So I'm almost thinking of it as like steampunk pulp. In a way, and so cool. I'm so excited. Yeah, changelings and Kalastar and shifters and quarry and so good. You don't know if you want to see these players get all god mode. You know, here's the thing about that, Critchwitch. When players get god mode, guess who gets more god mode? The gods. If anyone saw the finale of Palace of the Red Pasha and you were like, oh my god, they just got sonicked for freaking 85 points of damage. Oh my god, that's what happens. And that was that only got them to level 16. All right? The higher level they get, everything gets ratcheted up accordingly. So fear not. Uber Ultra God mode. Yeah, exactly. No, not me, but the world around them. So I don't have a worry about that. It's gonna be no joke. I am very excited for that. So we've got that going on. Then we have got so that's the premiere of Eberron. That's Saturday the 12th. Then Sunday the 13th, again, we have the Speculate Twitch of Blades in the Dark. Tuesday the 15th, we go back to Adventures of Middle-earth, Adventures of Middle-earth Erebor Adventures. That thing's really kicking into high gear, the of Hammers and Anvils thing. Then we have the premiere, the second premiere of the month. We have the premiere of Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And let me tell you all how excited I am to be doing this. Ghosts of Saltmarsh, this game. Here's why this is cool. Okay, now I'm super pumped about Eberron, and I told you why. Here's why I'm pumped about Ghosts of 2027 will be the final episode. Yeah, it could be. Although we do play, I mean, in fairness though, Thordax, for Tyranny, it took us about 3 years, and we started playing twice a month about a third of the way into that. So I actually think that it'll go faster than that, but probably it's going to take us a few years, is my best guess. Like, I mean, my guess would be 2024, depending on how fast we go. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, so Ghost of Saltmarsh. Here's why I love it. Number one, it's a coastal campaign. We're talking pirates. We're talking raids that they have to repel. We're talking Sahuagin. We're talking, mermen. We're talking, Kraken. We're talking the whole 9 yards, right? With really, really cool different concepts and ideas. It's actually based on a 1E adventure, first edition adventure. So Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign. This is more of a level 1 to 10 campaign, not a like super mega one. So it's more like Curse of Strahd length. So there's that. But the second thing that's cool about this is the fact that it's set in Greyhawk. It is set in Greyhawk, not in the Forgotten Realms. Now, as you all know, Ed Greenwood is a personal friend. I love Ed. Ed is amazing. Forgotten Realms is amazing. Never gonna Forgotten Realms is awesome. That said, though, Greyhawk is super cool because it also has its own unique quality to it. It is the original setting for D&D. I still have, as I mentioned, I still got to get it framed, the Gazetteer with the big map I showed you with like that freaking mega map that I need to get framed. It is freaking slick. And that campaign is going to be set in one area of it. So you have all like the sea princes who are these pirates and all that kind of stuff. But like, it's freaking amazing. Oh, yeah. No, I know it wasn't a complaint, Thordax. No, I know. I was just basically thinking to myself, I'm like, ooh, yeah, maybe that's right. So anyway, set in Greyhawk. So it's set in Greyhawk, which is really neat. And the other thing that's good about it is very few people know much about Greyhawk these days. Now, some people who were of an age of me and who knew anything about, D&D in the 80s, so I'm going to put Prince Justin and Triffid, I think, in that group to begin with, will have heard of the Greyhawk stuff. But many of you who got to D&D late or who are younger, you're not going to know that much about Greyhawk. And so this is going to get you a chance to explore some aspects of it. So I'm super excited about this. I've been thinking about playing Ghosts of Saltmarsh on and off, and now we get the opportunity to do it. So Ghosts of Saltmarsh is going to premiere with these lovely people on Tuesday the 15th. Then the 16th, we have the community D&D with the DM Shadowed Mage and the Shadowed Crew. So we'll have Triffid we'll have Rock God, we will have Echo Alpha X5 and Hoodie with Shadowed Mage, bringing them through the current level of adventure. And let me tell you, that adventure has been blowing up in terms of the excitement about that as well. Yeah, me too. I still have those, actually, Prince Justin. I still have those. Oh, man, Lone Wolf, super excited. I'm super excited about that. You played a few Saltmarsh months? Yeah, it's just so cool. I'm very excited for that. Players are going to start at level 1. There is stuff in Saltmarsh that will allow them to get up to 3. I always like to start at level 1 and go to level 10 because my experience is level 1 to 3 goes fairly quickly. Death House for Curse of Strahd got them to level 3, and that took them I don't know, maybe 3 sessions, maybe 4 sessions at most to get through Death House. I think it was 3 sessions, actually. And that's not bad. I mean, 3 sessions, so basically a month and a half. If they go, all jokes aside, Curse of Strahd, they ended up at level 10, right? They started at level 1. Strahd was I think that campaign was 3 years, maybe, I want to say, 2.5 to 3 years. So they basically got 4 levels a year, which, if you think about it, you play twice a month, means that you play, and then usually there's one, you don't always do every month because people take a break or whatever, something happens. So that means basically that you're talking about 20 sessions, let's say. 20 sessions and 4 to 5 levels a year is pretty good. I mean, that means that you're basically getting a level every 4 sessions or so. That's a pretty good pace. So, I'm pretty happy with the 5e progression. And they are going to be doing that. So community D&D will be continuing. And actually, Triffid, you can tell me this. What level are you in community D&D right now? Are you level 7? 6, 7? What level are you right now? Are you level 7? Yeah, they sure did, Triffid. You're level 6. Okay, level 6. So yeah, they're making progress. I'm sure any moment they're 6 plus a bonus feat. So any day they're ready to get annihilated by the dragon. I'm just kidding. Listen, we've had multiple dragons defeated on this channel. You folks will be next. I have no doubt that will happen. So Wednesday night you got community D&D. Friday, we have a special Joint Speculate Twitch stream event. Friday the 18th is Rebel Crown. So I will be returning as Venner Krace. That has been a lot of fun. That is a Blades and a Powered by the Apocalypse, I should say, hack. And it's got a really cool, really kind of cool setup, and I'm really enjoying that campaign. It's kind of a, mostly because I really like playing Venner, and I love the players I'm playing with. So that's Alex Axe and I almost said Venner Craze. That's me. Alex Axe, Dongwon Song, Michael Underwood, and of course Brandon O'Brien, and all of us, me, are playing with Mike Underwood as your GM. So good stuff for Speculate, and yeah, let me remind everyone, if you haven't already done so, check out Speculate. We got another patron, a $10 patron in the last week. We'd love to get more. If you want to get some behind the scenes stuff, all that stuff would be great. We've played D&D in there, but we've played a lot of other stuff. We've played a lot of unique, unusual things. We played a lot of one-shots. We've done Scum and Villainy. We've done we've done Blades in the Dark, obviously. We've done Rebel Crown, and we've got other things down the line. So you'll definitely want to check that out. So that you're the undisputed Monopoly champion. Okay, then we've got more Neverwinter Nights 2 complete on Saturday the 19th. Really having fun with Neverwinter Nights 2. It's about to really pick up is what I understand. Then Saturday the 20th, Soundclash the Clampdown. Monday will be off. Tuesday, we have got a big day, Tuesday the 22nd, Adventure to Middle-earth Erebor Adventures. Then Talisman Adventures will be continuing with Tasty Chai, Pyron, Saber, and Mike as usual. That'll be Tuesday the 22nd at 4 p.m. And 9 p.m., Tuesday the 22nd, the Our Vocalist with Neocab. I know many of you... tomorrow is Neverwinter Nights 2. I switched them, so I put Dragonholt tonight and Neverwinter Nights 2 tomorrow. So that's what I got driven. And I switched it on the calendar now, but it may take a little while to get propagated. But I did switch it. So the Our Vocalist, Neocab, will be back on Tuesday, the 22nd at 9 p.m. Eastern. A lot of people have been telling me they've really been enjoying this, and I think it's a good game for the Our Vocalist, so you'll want to stick around for that. Wednesday, Thursday, we're off. Friday, the 25th, is Esper Genesis again. You won't want to miss that. Saturday, the 26th, is the first non-premiere, full non-session zero episode of Eberron Oracle of War. Then we're off Sunday and Monday, and then we wrap up the month. On the 29th, we have the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month. Then we have Pen and Pixels Neverwinter Nights 2 complete. Then on Wednesday, we've got more Community D&D with DM Shadowed Mage. That will wrap up the month. And July 2nd, I know that I have Neverwinter Nights 2 complete, chambered and ready, but I don't know anything else because I only do a month ahead of time. So that is the deal with that. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so that's what our schedule looks like. I'm pretty happy about it. And I think there are only two things more I need to show you before we start playing. Thing number one is for especially Commander Dunsel, but Mrs. Dunsel will like this too. I told you when we played this that what I always try to do is I try to play it, and then I always buy these games. I never just emulate it and then like steal it. So I wanted you all to see that. Let me take it out of the packaging. Come on, camera, you can do it. You can do it. Focus. There we go. Haha. Shadowrun. It is Shadowrun for the Super Nintendo. So I wanted you all to see this. I got this game. It is legit. It works. It works on my Retron. I may or may not at some point play this in the future, but I wanted you to see it so you can see that I'm not making it up. I buy these things. And it took me a while, by the way, because it came internationally. And so it took me a while. It was like I ordered it. It took about 3 weeks. And then it showed up one day. I'm like, what the heck is this? And I opened it. I'm like, oh, yeah. So anyway, I thought you would want to see that. And so please pass that along as well to Commander Dunsel, Mrs. Dunsel. Please let him know that I'm doing what I can. Now, this other thing, chat. This other thing. I'm brave wearing a Man U shirt. Why am I brave, Izzy's? According to Dragon, this is the only jersey I should ever wear. Why am I brave wearing a Man U shirt? Okay, but it's good to see you, Izzy's. Now, the other thing I want to show you, chat, is a surprise. Now, you may remember that there were many goals that were hit with ArvCon. There are many things promised. Many things have already been fulfilled. Other things are on the way within the next week. But there is one thing, one critically important thing, which did not actually get fulfilled yet because we needed to wait for it. And chat, it is my great pleasure to present you something very exciting. Give me just a second here. This is a surprise. I have not announced this to anybody. There we go. I have not announced this to anybody, but I want you to see this because I think you will agree that this is an important thing that is part of this thing that alters and illuminates our time. So give me just a second here while I get this all captured. All right, hang on just a second. Should be... oh, okay, I have to do it a different way. All right, hang on a second. I'll get it up there. I'll get this up there in just a minute. Okay. So we do this. We do this. We do that. We browse for that. We go here. We go to that. We go to that. Hold on one second. Let me try something. Hold on here a second. Okay, that works. Aha! Success. Okay. Now, I need to rotate this. So give me 1 second. All right. Now, everyone should know what that is. All right, we have to rotate that. There we go. Ha ha ha. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, as I told you would be the case, John is a man of his word. And this is what he called, now he defined it this way, chat. He called this, and I quote, the shavening. That's right, he promised it, and now you get to see it. The mass shaving of his beard, not live, but recorded on stream. So you're going to get a chance to see it. It is the shavening. He said he would do it if we hit goal. We hit goal. And so without further ado, I'm going to let John speak for himself. Ladies and gentlemen. The shavening.
Hey, ArvCon attendees and streamers and everyone else, John Helfer's here.
I gotta get his sound going. Wait. Just hang on a second. I gotta get his, not that. Advanced audio properties. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go.
Hey, ArvCon attendees and streamers and everyone else, John Helfer's here, taking care of one last bit of convention business. As you all know, we smashed the goal for $70,000, which was completely unexpected, and a big shout out to everyone who made that happen. Those who donated money, those who donated items, those who donated their time. You all are incredible, and just want to say a big shout out. I love every one of you, and you did a fantastic job. But we're not done yet, because as promised, the magnificent beard is going to come off, and we're going to do this right now, and I'm filming it so Arv can put this up when he feels it's appropriate. So do not mourn the beard, though. There's a very good chance it will come back later. But for right now, we're just going to get right to it. So without further ado.
This beard is kind of nuts, by the way. Can I just say, that beard is kind of nuts.
And there is a lot.
I have to say, I was so tempted at this point in the video. I wish he had just stopped and just gone with the like the Ming the Merciless thing, just straight down. I was just like, can you imagine? Because one of the reasons he was willing to do this is because Carrie, basically his wife, was like, look, we're going to a wedding. You can't look like this. And he was like, all right, you know, he's like, okay, look, if we hit this goal, then I'll shave it live. I'll do a recording or whatever. I'm like, great. So but I was just like, could you just imagine if he just braided it or whatever? And it's like, oh man, I wish. Missed opportunity, John.
There we go. All right, we've cleared the first layer. I'll have to show the sink when I'm done. This is
That is the best freaking freeze frame. Can I just say How good is that freeze frame? The freaking left side of the beard, like he looks like Rasputin is what he looks like. I agree also, Prince Justin. Look, as someone, now I trim, okay, and I use a trimmer, and I never let it get that long. The hair has been long enough, and I'm gonna get that cut back to normal size relatively soon. But like, I never get it that long. But man, when I was doing just the goatee or whatever, if I did that would kill my face. Like I was like, please manual it up, man. This is just like, oh, because he's just doing it dry too. I'm just like, oh God. I would just be just like, my. But anyway, you can all. I don't understand also how it's not destroying his blades. Like I'm here to tell you, a beard that long, why is it not like, you know? Oh man, that freeze frame though is freaking epic, absolutely epic.
Crazy. Ah. All right. Oh my God, we have skin. I can see it. Yeah. One side. Yeah, okay. Now there. I'm now half beard. Yeah, okay. Oh, I think I should leave the stash, but I don't think my wife's gonna go for that. There. Get the neck. And this is a lot. This is so much more than I thought it would be. Okay.
Yes, his name is Friedrich Halfbeard. Like what? Just.
We're gonna dive in the other half. Oh. Norelco shavers, they do the job. There. Okay, still going. There. Oh, I got it. There.
This is what I'm imagining is happening to the blades. That the blades are just like every time there's like it's like tread of a tire. Like it's just like like I just yeah totally. This is look. You want to get sponsored like Norelco? Come talk. Call me, Norelco. Let's go. Yeah, I know. No, I just was like, dude, I can't believe that. I can't believe his trimmer is handling this. Like, oh.
Oh. Ooh. Boy, this razor takes a licking and keeps on kicking. Okay. This is getting crazy.
Note as well, by the way, that his skin at this point, like that must be the softest skin of the baby's bottom, right? Because like that thing has not seen light for a year plus. Like that thing is just like can the charity give us money to unsee this?
Ooh. I think my face actually feels lighter, I'm not gonna lie. There's certainly more air coming through, that's for sure. Mustache a little bit. I feel like a member of Reno 911 now. There we go. There we go. Okay.
The Nepalese.
I'll do some trimming up a little bit later. There. Woo. Woo. There we go. There. All right. I don't know. Should I totally leave the stash or not? I'm kind of tempted to do so. At the very least, I'm going to show my wife. She's going to think it's hilarious. There.
I feel at this point that John, with this look, is now entering 70s action hero territory, or like cop movie. You know, like this is like Chris Lack. You know, like John Helfers is Chris Lack. Listen, I'm tired of your goddamn rules. Turn in your badge, Chris Lack. All right, Chief, I don't want your rules anyway. It's time to actually make these streets clean. Huh, turn in the badge. Huh, turn in the gun. Whoop-pow, stash. Like, Chris Lack. Oh, man.
All right, I will probably finish this off tonight since I have a event to go to this weekend. So there we go. There it is. All right. And then I promised. Ooh, God, that was a workout. Hang on. So, can I flip this, or am I just going to show it, I guess? There, that's the remains of the once fantastical. There we go. Ah. But again, do not mourn. It will be back. Let's see, like, there we go. It will be back at some point, probably this winter. Ooh, my God, it feels so much different. All right, folks, again, everyone who contributed to us shattering the goal for ArvCon, streamers, contributors, donators, everyone who did your time, your effort, your energy, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and take care. Bye-bye.
Sorry. So that's what he looks like at the end. Beginning, end. But I have to say, you know what I want to say? You know what he looks a little bit like here? A little bit. Pedro Pascal. He looks a little like Pedro Pascal here. Here he looks like I don't even know what he looks like here. Pedro Pascal, right? A little bit. I don't know. I have to find out if he let the wife keep the stash. Radagast. But I have to say, though, and that's the other thing. So this is the thing. What Coven said is true. Whenever I trim, I don't do that. Like, if my hair gets in the sink, that sink is getting clogged. I'm telling you right now. I lay, like, toilet paper. You just lay toilet paper. You trim. Then you roll up the toilet paper. And you throw it away. And that way it'll biodegrade. And you're not going to freaking throw a metric ton of hair in the sink. You know? It was like feral. So, I mean, I don't know what this is like compared to that. Like, I don't know what this look is. So we have Mountain Man, Pedro Pascal. Mountain Man, Pedro Pascal. So there it is, chat. There it is. John is a man of his word. He said he would do it. He did it. It's true facts. He did do it. So nice work. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. I do want you all to know that when he made this available, he sent me this link and he said, "Now be careful because this is a very big file." And he was not whistling Dixie. The shavening is a 313 megabyte, 4.5 minute long file of him shaving. Oh man, what the eyes have seen, they can never unsee. So see, when people agree to do this, they do it. Like straight up. So, oh my goodness. So anyway, thank you, John, though, seriously. And that was John's idea, actually. John contacted me and was like, "Hey, I'm thinking I could shave the beard for charity." Like, when I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." And I was like, "But would you be willing to show it?" He's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Either record it or live, He's like, "All right." And he did. So I got it. I got to give him credit. I got to give him props. He did do that. And there we go. So it's recorded in HD for those Zooms. Yeah. Some of the stuff, the thing I was dying when he had the left side of the beard just like this, and I'm like, oh my God. And again, he missed an opportunity. Down here, walk out and just be like, "Well, hun, I'm ready for the wedding," and just tie them together at the bottom. And then And then you hang like a little Christmas ornament, right? From the thing, like an elf like playing on a swing from the bottom of the Oh man. I'm telling you right now, the hair, I don't mind having tried it with the hair. The beard, I have no interest in letting it's too hot. It's too hot and it's too much of a pain in the ass to let the beard get down this way. It is too hot. Belatedly promised to lose 35 pounds. Hell yeah, absolutely. Coven, bring it on, you know. So anyway, but thanks, John, for being a good sport. And I really, I'm saying Pedro Pascal, you know, not too bad, not too bad. Anyway, with that said, though, folks, it is time for us to move into some Legacy of Dragonholt. So let's drop this down here and let's pop up. Zoop. Let's pop this up, and here we are. We are here. I knew I would have to adjust this a little bit, like that, I think. And good. Let me just put away Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Oh, listen, if I'm giving you motivation, then absolutely. I mean, yeah, if I'm giving you motivation, then 100% you should be doing that for sure. Okay, Ghosts of Saltmarsh goes there. Good. All right, so here we go, chat. And what I'm going to need to do here is I need to fire up ArvBot. ArvBot Plus, actually. Which is there. Uh-oh. All right, hang on a second. That's not a good sign. There we go. Okay, good. We're good. We are good. All right, so I don't actually need the thing. We're going to be using that later. What I need are the ArvBot polls. There we go. ArvBot Plus has loaded. And that means we can now pop that up over here. Line must be drawn there. There we go. Wow, I set the pick to the perfect height, chat. The perfect height. That is pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so I set it to the perfect height. Yes, and that's actually, that will allow you to see votes and changes and things like that. So this will be good. We may not need to make these changes or use these votes all the time. It kind of depends on how things go, but it's possible. So now, for those of you who have not played this game before, Legacy of Dragonholt is a cooperative narrative storytelling game, and they're not Whistling Dixie. It is absolutely a narrative game. It is a game in which you are basically going through and taking your characters and working out a story. And we have been playing this together as we now move into, I believe it is day 4, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, day 4 is what we're about to start. And we have had a lot of stuff that's been going on here as we've been brought with this character, which you can see right here. This is Harriet. Harriet is our Hearing's Catfolk Wildlander. She is 26. She is female. She has awareness, agility, stealth, athletics, survival, archery, and brawling. She's not particularly subtle. She has got 2 experience. She has, at the moment, 14 stamina. She's full up on stamina. She has healing potions, 2 of them. She has a map of Dragonholt, a strange mushroom, a war rune, a polished shell, and iron keys. So let's just make sure that we have all of those things. I think we do, but just to make sure. So we got healing potions. We got healing potions. We've got a war rune. We've got a polished shell. We've got this strange mushroom, which we could always eat this instead of choosing a location in the village. Just saying. We've got the iron keys. which is for an Orc Bandit in Eventide Forest. That is what we have got at the present time. And then we've got this letter we got from Celise, although we already have met Celise. We've got Sonia's journal, which basically showed us that Sonia was basically murdered. I mean, that's essentially what it's telling us, more or less. And then we have our map of Dragonholt, which I'm going to bring out here in just a moment. So we've got those cards here. There are items. We're going to push that up there. We've got Dragonholt Village right there. And we have got this. Now, according to my last notes, day 4 is what we're beginning today. That's day 4, 7996. Now, remember, chat, we are basically trying to unravel a conspiracy. And what happened last time in the unraveling of this conspiracy is that we ended up with a situation where... Yes, that's the one that I was using earlier today, Triffid, so that's good. The original home, I think, is over on Spotify maybe, but I like this one better because it allows you to get there without having to do the Spotify stuff. So yes, that's perfect. Okay, so thank you, Triffid, very much for doing that. I want to try to make that into a command, like something like D&D GOG, or like GOG podcast or something like that. So even if you're not able to do that, or if Dragon or someone is not, or Coven or someone's not able to do that, if you could just like save that somewhere so we can use that for the text of the command, that would be great. Thanks, Triffid. Okay, so we've got this. Now remember, Harriet is reckless, almost manic at times, rapidly talkative, mostly to herself. Self-reliance is critical. She loves a challenge as long as it's fair. Mary Chase is stimulating and fun. She wants to even the odds. And so that's the deal with this. She is young looking, tall, short-haired, black and red mackerel, tortoiseshell with copper eyes. That's what we've got with her. Yeah, something like that, Crit, is totally fine. So in our last session, Sonia is already dead before we arrive. And another person was thrown from her horse. That was Sonia. And Philip now went with his horse and with his manservant Talbot. We found Talbot dead. We were not there in time to rescue Philip. So basically, Philip is dead and Sonia is dead, and that means that we're rapidly running out of people. Rochelle is one of the remaining kids, and that person's a knight. And then I think that's all the kids. I think there's only 3 kids, basically. And we already know that Kirik, who is the true-born son of Kirik the Just, Kirik the First, basically, but was not given the position. It was Regina who was given the kingdom over Kirik, and now Kirik, we know, is basically like angling for it. So either he's actually the one doing it, which is what I think is happening, or someone is really going a long way to frame him, because it sure as hell seems like he's the one responsible. So as we go into today's campaign, we have several things here that we have to consider that are important. All right, so here's what we've got on the map to keep in mind. We are going to be starting on one side of the map, and we'll actually see where that is. But after that, here's what we've got up that we need to sort of consider and put out there. We've got that strange mushroom that I mentioned before, which we can always go to instead of one of these events, one of these places. It is day 4 right now. It's day 4 on our tracking chart. Day 4 right there on our tracking chart. And so what that means is we're almost halfway through the game. So it's day 4, and we are in Dragonholt Village. So we have already gotten 4 out of 6 for academic study. When we get up to 2 more for this academic study, we will then be able to use our experience, and we right now have 2 experience. We'll be able to use our experience to buy a skill from the academic study group. And that includes alchemy, that includes arcana, that includes history, reasoning, runes, or survival. The only one of these that we have at the moment is survival. All of the other ones we don't have. So something like history or something like that could be very useful later on for using this as one of our skills. So we're close there. We also were only 1 away from combat training, and once we get combat training, we could pick up at that point either we already have archery and brawling, but we could pick up dueling or military from the combat training track. And last, we have physical training, agility, which we do have. We have athletics already. We have endurance. We don't have endurance, and we don't have stealth. We do have stealth. So it's just endurance that we could pick up. So we haven't put as much into this because we already have a lot of those skills already, but still, that's available there. On social practice over here, once we get 6 in here, we could learn deception, which we don't have, empathy, which we don't have, performance, which we don't have, persuasion or streetwise. We basically don't have any of this. So we could definitely pick up an ability here as well. And then last but certainly not least, we've got spiritual meditation, which would give us, we already have awareness, and we would get devotion or willpower, and we could pick that up as well. So we're closest in combat training, but in a way we've already got a lot of combat stuff already. We're second closest in academic study, and we could definitely pick up some stuff there. We're not that far along in physical training because we have most of the physical training stuff already. Social practice we don't have any of, so we could definitely use some of that. And then spiritual meditation, in terms of having the skills, social spiritual meditation, we only have one of those skills, so we could pick that stuff up as well. So a lot of these places allow us to train one of those things. Like the shrine obviously would let us train in spiritual devotion. The library would let us train in academic study. The guard station would let us train in combat training. Physical training we could probably pick up from the smithy. We could go there and offer to help do some work. Social practice, I don't know. I think one of the inns maybe, like the Drunken Hog or the Swan or the Chatty Archer. And then I already talked about the Shrine for spiritual meditation. So that's just stuff to consider. Other than that, it's just a matter of following the story and seeing if we can track down what happened and saving the rest of this rapidly vanishing family that keeps getting killed off. So that's basically what we're looking at. So with all that said, let me grab my pen. Here is our pen. And let's fire up some music and let's get moving. All right. Music. Greenforge. Let's go with tavern music. And go. This is probably a bit loud. All right. How is that, chat? Is that way too loud or is it okay? What say you, chat? Too loud? Good, bad? Okay. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test. All right, turn it down. Damn it. All right, how's that? How's that? Is that good? Okay. Hi, Blackberry Bear. Okay, good. Approved. Okay, good. Okay, cool. So let's do it up then. The time has come, chat, to make this happen. Let's do it. Let's put this over here, and let's put this up there. Good. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. Day 4, and it is, according to our notes, 7996. So let's do it. Also, the only problem with this setup here with all the paper is that I'm currently dealing with my fan, which is on a little bit. Again, I won't have to do this when I get my ductless AC, but that means that we've got some wind blowing, so you'll have to bear with me a little bit as we go through here. Oh, one thing I'm not pleased about, though. Look at that. I mean, is it a rule that RPG books from significantly sized companies have to be designed like this? I mean, come on. Like, I got this game, what, like 2 months ago? 3 months ago, maybe? And I've played it with you folks, and I played it with a friend of mine. And that already? Come on. And, like, that's the same thing with the player's handbook, again, from WotC. I've shown you that. Like, if you're not going to sew it in, and it is possible to sew it in without it costing a fortune, but if you're not going to do that, for the love of God, use a legitimate glue. And I spent, again, about 35 bucks on this, and I already talked about how I think this game's awesome, but it needs more art. And because the original price of the game, $70 with no art, is ridiculous. And it's especially ridiculous if this is the level of quality here. No, the player's handbook is not stitched, it's glued. And again, that's the difference between that book and freaking Esper Genesis, which is super awesome. Or the Adventures of Middle-earth books. Those are not going to fall apart. So, like, first of all, sew the damn book. You know? So I'm not... Again, I love this game, but this is annoying to me. Like, it's just cheap. It's just cheap. And all I've been doing is opening it and playing it. It's not like I'm ripping it open and doing all these weird things like, you know. Yeah, exactly. Stitches or stitches. Exactly. Anyway, all right, with that said. I mean, and already this game has an issue with people wondering if you can replay it. Can you imagine what it's like if the game basically lasts for like 2-3 playthroughs? Sorry, not at that price point. Okay, here we go, day 4. The next morning is bright and cool with a taste of autumn in the air. The voices of merchants and market goers drift into your room from the already busy market street. Oh, that's right, it's market day today, chat. It's market day, so the market is actually going to be open to go to. So we need to remember that. You head downstairs to find Miriam already dressed and nervously sitting at the breakfast table, jittering and pushing sausage about on her plate. "Look who's here," says Sapphire, placing a pitcher of apple juice on the table. "Oh, don't fret, dear. I'm certain Braxton will be down soon." "Who's fretting?" says Miriam. "I'm not nervous or anything." "It's her first day open for business, and a market day at that," explains Sapphire. "Although I don't know why you're opening so soon. You can't be ready for customers yet." "We already had to delay because of the harvest," explains Miriam. "I should have been open on the market day a week ago. I can't miss today's market as well." The gnome stands and paces back and forth on the bench as you sit down to a breakfast of sausage, fried apples, and golden cakes with honey. "Where is Braxton? I should go up and get her." "You're not married yet," chides Sapphire. "Give the young lady her space. I suspect you won't be disappointed." You're not married yet. Oh, dang. I knew that they were moving in that direction. So Braxton and Miriam are getting hitched. Wow. Okay. "I suspect you won't be disappointed." "I hope not," says Braxton from the stairs. Her usual leathers and mail are gone, replaced with tall, freshly shined boots and a brilliantly white shirt under an embroidered vest. Her hair has been carefully piled up behind her head, held in place with a shining silver pin. She pauses, smiling as she sees the look on Miriam's face. "That is not a guard uniform," manages Miriam at length. "I thought I'd make an appearance at the shop this morning and help out," says Braxton, settling down at the table and carefully covering up with a napkin. "It's your first day. I wanted to do something special." She accepts a plate of food from Sapphire, then glances at Miriam shyly. "Do you like it?" Miriam breaks into a smile. "I like it very much." Oh, man. Perfect opening thing for Pride Month, right? I love it. First comes love, then comes marriage. Yeah, I mean, sure. So it says if at least one of you is a gnome. Sadly, we are not a gnome. So the flute is still loud? Is that any better? I can barely hear it, so is that any better? Is that good? Yeah? Okay, so just let me know. Now it's more in line, I hope. Maybe. Okay, good. Okay, so we are not a gnome, so we're going to move on to entry 2816. Okay. The door opens with a jingle of bells, and a number of wool-clad humans come stamping through, kicking the grime of the road from their boots. "Excuse me," says Sapphire, and she moves off to assist the new customers. "I'll need to report to the guard post later in the day," Braxton says to Miriam. "Tweagle wanted to talk to me about something important." "I'll make do without you, I suppose," says Miriam with a smile. "Somehow." Alright, now we have 4 choices for this one, chat. And that is... we can... Okay. So, let's see. We can ask Miriam about the grand opening of her shop. We can ask about her position. Hi, sweetheart. You going to bed? Okay. You feeling okay? Okay. Yeah, I figured you would. I love you, honey. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Night, baby. That was my child. Okay. So, ask Braxton about her position with the village guards. We could ask about Miriam and Braxton's wedding. Or quietly finish our breakfast. Boo! That's a terrible idea. Okay. Alright, chat, what's it going to be? What's it going to be, chat? Do we ask Miriam about the grand opening of her shop? Do we ask Braxton about her position with the village guards? Do we ask about Miriam and Braxton's wedding? Or do we quietly finish our breakfast? And let's remember that, you know, sometimes you ask one question and the other questions are not available at that point to ask. So let's make sure we ask the important questions, whatever those are. So, yeah, I mean, I straight up want to know about their wedding. I mean, I'll be honest, like, I want to definitely know about it, like what's going on. You just look at Miriam and you're just like, it's a good day for a white wedding. And you just start doing this, and nobody gets what the reference is, and you're like... Oh, man. Yeah, what's up, baby? Alright, hang on a second. Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta go help Little R with something. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, crisis averted, chat. I had to eliminate a deadly bug. It's not very deadly, but I had to eliminate it, so that problem is solved. Okay, and I just wanted to say, Prince Justin, without going into more into detail, I saw your Twitter talking about this too, and just to be clear, I'm really happy that you're part of this community, and I am not saying that it makes up for all things, but I hope that this is at least a minor aspect of providing some sense of comfort for everyone. I mean, like, community and alleviating loneliness to a degree. So I just wanted to say that I'm glad to have you here. All right. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. I thought that was wrong. That's what I wanted. Actual full screen. Yeah. No, but I'm serious about it. I mean it. Okay. Okay, lovely. So, wonderful. Let's do it. It looks like we're going with... All right, last call, chat. We only have 3 votes to ask about Miriam and Braxton's wedding. That's it? That's it? The rest of you are like, yeah, whatever. Weddings. Pfft. Who needs them? Really? Going once. Going twice. And... Kapow! Alright, we're going to ask about Miriam and Braxton's wedding. Alright, let's see what happens. They are mortally offended. That's true, they're just having... That's true, they're like, I'm just going to... Maybe they're eating their breakfast quietly, and they're just like, I'm going to watch this. Alright. They had faith in chat. Okay. So, said Braxton. Didn't Miriam invite you? I thought you were going to, protests Miriam. I thought, well, never mind. Braxton shakes her head. I'll do it now. We're getting married tomorrow afternoon, grabbing Braxton's hand and leaning toward you with her face aglow. At the Willow Grove. Reception to follow at the Swan, of course. And you would be very pleased if you would attend, says Braxton, squeezing her fiancé's hand. Hell yeah, wedding tomorrow at the Willow Grove. All right, I gotta put that down as a note, chat. So wedding is day 5. Wedding. You know what? This is starting to... There we go. Wedding. Day 5 in Willow Grove. Reception at the Swan. Okay, so there we go. So wedding at the Willow Grove, reception at the Swan. Good. I'm glad to know that that is the case. Okay. So read entry 1656. Let's do it. You finish your breakfast and stack your plates for Sapphire to collect later. As you gather your things to prepare for your day, you see Miriam and Braxton come down the stairs with heavy, bulging bags. Thanks for letting us stay here, Aunt Sapphy, says Miriam, leaning in to kiss her aunt on the cheek. But I'm ready to move into my new place. Of course, hon. You're both welcome anytime, says Sapphire, resting a gentle hand on Braxton's forearm. Take good care of my niece now, she says with a wink. Braxton smiles and nods. Always. This encounter is complete. Yeah, it did. It did, Prince Justin. You know, you can never know for sure. But see, now we know about the wedding, and that's what people wanted to know. If we asked the other things, then maybe we wouldn't have heard about that in the same degree. So, all right, so here we go. So it's day 4. We have basically a full day. We've got 8 things to work here. So again, I'm going to post this stuff all down, but we've got a bunch of stuff, right? We've got the dragon statues. I'm not sure why we would go there, but we've got the orchard. I don't know why we would go there. The library is where we would get academic training. The shrine is where we would get spiritual training. The village green is just a place where people hang out. Market Street, we're definitely going to want to check out, I think. What's up, Brogod? We're going to want to check out Market Street because it's open today. It has not been open previous days. So we definitely want to make this one of the places we check out, I think, Market Street. The village hall is where we gather information for stuff if we need it. The guard station is where we do physical training, so we can train for those physical things. For combat training, I'm sorry. Smithy, we can either buy stuff, although with the moment we've got, how much gold do we have? We have 315 gold, so we have a lot of gold. So we could buy something at the smithy. We already bought some stuff. We could buy something else. We could also do work at the smithy for physical prowess. Willow Grove, that looks like there's not going to be much going on today. That's where the happening there is happening tomorrow for the wedding. The Drunken Hog, that is a tavern kind of place. That's not going to be open till the evening. Northern Road, there's no real reason to go there, but Apothecary Shop, that's Miriam's shop, so her shop is now open for business. We could go check that out. We've already been to the bakery a bunch of times. There's no real reason to go there now. We don't need any stamina or whatever, but still. The Chatty Archer is a tavern that won't be open till later tonight. Countess Inn, again, I don't think is really going to be open till later tonight. Fairfax Manor is where a lot of the main plot has been going on, but I don't know that there's anything going on there right now. The Swan is where we are right now, so there's no reason to go back there. And then we've got the Eastern Road. So, the only thing I would say for sure is that we definitely want to hit up Market Street. But other than that, it's up to whether chat wants to go to the library for academic training, shrine for spiritual training, guard station for combat training, smithy for physical training. I don't know about social training. I assume that's one of the inns or whatever. The Orchard, I don't know why we would go there, but whatever. Willow Grove probably doesn't matter till tomorrow. So that's basically what we got. Do you remember those days hanging out at the village green? The engineer boots, leather jackets, top blue jeans. Oh, he dropped a dime in the box, take a poem about New Orleans. Cold beer, hot lights, my sweet romantic teenage nights. Woo, woo. It's a great song. I've seen him play that live. He kicks ass on that song live. Okay, so where should we go? Where do we go now? Where should we go? Do we go to the dragon statues? Do we go to the library? Do we go to the shrine? Do we go to the orchard? Do we go to the village hall? Do we go to the village green? Do we go to Market Street? Do we go to the smithy? I'm going to need a bunch more options in this. 18, maybe? Do we go to Willow Grove? Willow Grove! Wow! Do we go to the guard station? Do we go to the Drunken Hog? How about I actually spell drunken right? How's that sound? Drunken Hog. Do we go to the apothecary shop? Do we go to the bakery? Chatty Archer, again, that's not really going to be open right now, but do we go to the Countess? It's market day. Yeah. We've been to the bakery a lot. Do we go to the Northern Road? I don't really know why we would go there. Do we go to Fairfax Manor? We're at the Swan, so there's really no reason to be going back to it, but whatever, I'll just put it there. Do we go to the Eastern Road? Or do we eat the strange mushroom? Strange room, cure what's inside of you. She's some kind of demon when she looks at you. In her own mad mind, she's in love with you, with you. What kind of fool are you? Strange mushroom, cure what's inside of you. Right. So we got a lot of choices. Booyah. 20 choices, chat. What's it gonna be? Where else do you get these choices? Are we gonna go to the statues, the library, the shrine, the orchard, the village hall, the village green, Market Street, that's for Market Day, Smithy, Willow Grove, Guard Station, Drunken Hog, Apothecary Shop, Bakery, Chatty Archer, Countess Inn, Northern Road, Fairfax Manor, the Swan, Eastern Road, which I completely misspelled because typos, because I'm like on my knees while typing it, or the Strange Mushroom. I see Market Street. Market Street is winning the war, so to speak. You know, I have to talk to Effect Life about whether or not there's a way to save a particular question tree. I'm going to put this on the record because Effect Life is probably asleep right now, but if Effect Life joins us later, and if not, I'll try to remember, but I know that Effect Life watches the VODs of these sometimes. So Effect Life, if you're watching, I wanted to ask, is there your excellent, awesome, amazing program? Thank you for this. And again, we're going to be showing off more of the features when we do our Fighting Fantasy Gamebook. But this thing, which is a tour de force to have like 20 options we can put in, but is there a way that we can save a question group so that if I have to go do something else, like for example, this is like a hub system, right? So it'll be really helpful to be able to come back to the hub without having to like put everything in again. It would be really useful to just be able to just have the hub where you know, like where I can just add, like raise the question again, load just the question by itself, and that would allow me to basically come in here, do like little things in between, but then reload a question. That would speed things up. So I don't know if that's possible to do, but I did want to mention because you've asked me to tell you if there's anything that can be addressed in your awesome, excellent program, and so that is what I thought I would do. Okay, so we're going to last call this right now. We're going to last call this right now. Yeah, I know, like seeing this, I know. I love this though. This thing is so slick. Like when we play other games later on, and I fully plan to do that, I've been thinking a lot about other co-op games that we could play. As much as I'm having fun with this and I'm looking forward to playing with it, I've been thinking about the possibility of doing a game like this, but looking for one that's got more visual stuff going on in it so that it's not just a map and then me reading a lot. I mean, again, not that I have any objection to that, but so I would love to be able to do that because some of the games, like I've been playing with a friend of mine off stream, every couple of weeks we get together to play stuff. We've actually played this game with different characters, and also we're playing a game called Unmatched, which is this kind of cool, like putting different characters against each other, like Sherlock Holmes against Red Riding Hood and all this kind of cool stuff. It's sort of neat. Anyway, something with more like visual appeal, but still having that. Like for instance, a game that would work really beautifully with one exception is Dark Tower. Dark Tower would look awesome in this setup, except Dark Tower, you see the picture in the tower, and so the problem is that the tower faces this way. So I think the camera, I mean, maybe I could like, I'd have to like maybe go like this and do it like over my shoulder close. Like maybe, I don't want to go too far, but maybe like going in that direction so that it's like you can see what it looks like. But something like that would be really slick. So. Rock God. Oh yeah, no, I totally get what you were saying though, Triffid. I was just thinking it'd be really cool for something like that going down the line. So. Anyway, all right. I think the chat has made its decision. They want to go to Market Street. I support this decision. Let's do it. Market Street, let's hit it up. 5,500. Let's go. Keep your eyes peeled, chat. Market Street. Dragonholt's Market Street is barely 100 yards long, a wide, partly cobbled lane that runs from the village green out toward the fields and farms that surround the town. Along the center of the street marches a line of trees, providing a number of convenient boughs to which merchants might tie their tents and awnings when they set up their stalls. Bordering the street are several permanent fixture stores. Along the west side of the street, a seamstress, a woodworker, a butcher, and a smithy. Along the east side, the apothecary shop, a bakery, and a Fletcher. A small tea house stands between the apothecary shop and the bakery. There are no posted business hours, and you can't say you've ever seen the shop open, but it is kept in fine condition all the same. Now it is day 4, Market Street day 4. So, here we go. You've never seen the market streets so crowded, thronged with people and animals and carts inching along. Merchants shout themselves hoarse, hawking their wares, while customers inspect their goods. Travelers wander the street, gawking at the throngs of people, and 2 guards in Fairfax livery walk a slow and purposeful patrol. You recognize several of the crops for sale as being from the recent harvest, bushels of round red beans and sheafs of golden grain and baskets piled high with red apples. One end of the row seems to be dominated by carts piled high with black and white wool, and thronged with customers haggling so loudly it seems a fight might break out at any moment. A round-faced human woman with a smile and a gaily embroidered dress displays blankets, coats, dresses, and other clothes all worked in similar bright colors. A short human man with a thick mustache and a striped turban has placed his cart at one end of the row. The sign hanging from his wagon reads, Al Emir's Elixirs. He is holding aloft one bottle of colored liquids after another and proclaiming their efficacy in a strong, strangely accented voice. Step right up, calls a red-haired human man with white at his temples. He gestures with a curved cane as if to snag a passing sheep at his stall. Come see what my brother and I have in store for you. You have my personal guarantee you've never seen anything like it. His brother, also red-haired but somewhat younger, takes up his patter with the ease of long practice. That's right, brother of mine. Our wares are one of a kind, never to be equaled. You cannot afford to pass this chance by, folks. Although their market stall is very well decorated and laid out, you cannot seem to make out what precisely this dynamic duo is selling. Not far from the wool merchants, a brown-furred catfolk woman in a red tunic argues with a pinch-faced human woman. The human stall is laden with dried and salted fish. The catfolk's tufted ears are pointed back, and her tail swishing with angry vigor. Okay, now we have some choices here, chat. One of the choices is attempt to steal some coins. That requires thievery, which we do not have. I don't know that we'd want to do that anyway. We could leave the market, which seems silly because we just got here. So basically there's 3 choices. And the choices, yeah, exactly. So our choices are, and I'm not going to put this on the polls because I think we can just do this in chat, mostly because I don't want to redo all of those 20 choices again. So the choices are, we can browse Alamir's elixirs, we can browse the wares of the excitable duo, the 2 brothers, or we can approach the catfolk in red. And when we go to the catfolk in red, we have to sing this. Catfolk in red is dancing with me, cheek to cheek. There's nobody here. All right, that's not. We don't have to sing that. But we either browse Alamir's elixir, we browse the wares of the excitable duo, or we approach the catfolk in red. Those are our 3 choices. Chat, what would you like to do? Catfolk in red, since we're a catfolk ourselves. Okay, I'm sold on catfolk. Alright, what are the choices, chat? You just tell me in chat. We've got 2 choices for catfolk. We've got Alamir's elixirs, wares of the excitable duo, or catfolk. Yeah, no, I know, Dragon. I'm not trying to minimize your poll. The thing I just like the way that Effect Life has been able to keep this moving well. Believe me, like I said, this ArvBot Plus was a backup for ArvBot, which eventually, is not, Netowin is really busy and he hasn't been able to get it reprogrammed. So ArvBot Plus is that. Having your bot as a backup for this is a good idea. Because, we do enough polling on this channel that needs to happen. So I haven't forgotten, believe me. All right, so what have we got, chat? Alamir's Elixirs, we've got Excitable Duo or Catfolk. I have 2 votes for Catfolk, 3 votes for Catfolk. Catfolk first, 4 votes for Catfolk. Anything else would feel weird. It's dancing with me, cat to cat. There's nobody here. It's just some felines, because we're out of time. And I hardly... Catfolk, 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 Catfolk. Alright, going once with Catfolk. Going twice. Catfolk! Alright. Catfolk in red. Okay. The Catfolk woman growls slightly as you approach. She's holding something in her hands. A mask fashioned from wood and leather and lacquered green. She leans forward, offering it to the fishmonger. Please, she howls. This is a special mask blessed by the spirits. It is very valuable. I must have 2 baskets of fish. I don't care if the mask belonged to King Dakan himself, scoffs the fishmonger. I sell these fish for money, you hear me? This isn't a swap meet. Okay. So, mark story point D1. Alright. And if story point V5 is marked, V5 is not marked. So, okay. You step closer to the ongoing dispute, and the fishmonger promptly attempts to rope you in on her side. Can you believe this furball? She complains. That's right, I said furball. I'm speaking to a catfolk. Can you, a catfolk, believe this furball? I just want to be clear. Can you, the member of the catfolk, believe this racial claim? She wants over 100 pounds of fish, but will she pay for it? No. The woman slaps her hand on the weathered board that serves as her countertop and points a finger at the catfolk. Not only that, she seems to think she can just help herself to my stock. I was only pointing out that my village needs the fish more than you do, says the catfolk woman with a switch of her tail. And anyway, I'm offering you a very fair trade. This mask is very useful and beautiful. But it's not 60 gold coins now, is it? Asked the fishmonger. That's the price, and that's what you'll need if you want your 2 barrels of salted salmon. Salmon. She sniffs. You have any idea how hard it is to even find salmon this far from the ocean? What is the ocean? Asked the catwoman. Her eyes narrow and her tail lashes. Are you making a joke of me? The human groans and turns to you. I give up. You talk to her. Hey, Shadow Mage, what's up, man? If you are a catfolk or if you have empathy, we are a catfolk. Alright, time to talk. We start out like this. Well, Furball, no. After a few placating words, you manage to get the catfolk woman calmed down sufficiently to at least get her name out of her. I'm Hethar, she says, and I am not some stupid rube to be taken advantage of. I just don't know very much about these human customs. Kajita's coin. Leaving the question of the ocean aside for the moment, you explain that in human society it is customary to assign value to discs of shiny metal and use those to mediate exchanges of goods and services. Hethar nods slowly, her ears twitching as she absorbs what you've said. Then I will need to find some of my own shiny metal discs. She looks down at the lacquered green mask in her hands and flattens her ears against her head. Oh, nice, Rock God. Yeah, that's awesome. Perhaps this is worth your 60 gold coins, she says to the merchant, and you can exchange it for the coins you want. Perhaps it's worth 30 and you can sell it somewhere and bring me the coin, says the fishmonger. I don't barter. I want cold hard currency. Alright, so we can offer to buy the mask from Hethar. We can pay the merchant for the food Hethar wants. That requires we spend 60 gold, but we do have 315 gold, chat. Or we leave the 2 of them to work it out themselves. So again, you can tell me in chat. Should we offer to buy the mask from Hethar? Should we pay the merchant for the food that Hethar wants, which costs 60 gold, but then maybe she gives us the mask anyway? Or do we leave the 2 of them to work it out themselves? What should we do, chat? What do you think, Chad? What's it going to be? Rock God says pay for food. All right. Pay the merchant for a food. Buy the mask as an example to teach trad commerce to chat folk. Tricky, buy the mask. Oh, so we have 2 votes for the mask, 2 votes for food. Chat. Dragon Spear. Chat. Not Chad. Hanging Chad. Actually, that would be really unfortunate in that context. Never mind that. Never mind that phrase. Wasn't really... Okay, so 2 votes for the food, for buying the food. 2 votes for buying the mask, chat. 2 votes each. I mean, the Hethar seems to think so, or yeah, Hethar, the cat folk seems to think so. But I mean, who knows? I mean, it just says it's just a green, like lacquered green mask. I don't know. I don't know if it gives you special abilities or if it's tied. I'm not sure. I really don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. So this is a tough call. Thank you very much, Shadow. That's awesome, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Godcast. All right, so we have 3 for mask, 2 for fish. Okay. I think we should buy the mask, then turn around and buy the salmon, because that way we have delicious salmon. All right, 3 for mask, 2 for salmon. Going once. Going twice. All right, mask it is. You offer to buy the mask from Hethar, and she steps back, clutching the mask to her chest. What? No, this mask is precious to me. And anyway, I need to trade it for the food this human refused to just give me. I won't trade it for food, you lunatic, shouts the fishmonger. But I'll sell you fish for coins. Take the damn deal. Oh, says the catfolk woman. I think I understand. She holds the mask towards you so you can take a better look. It seems like a face composed of leaves and plants, fashioned from wood and leather. Its green lacquer is vibrant and glossy. So, we can offer her a small amount, which means 20 gold. We can pay her a moderate amount, which is 35 gold, or pay her handsomely for the mask, which is 60 gold. We do have 315 gold, so... Or we can refuse to buy the mask and leave. So again, chat, what are we going to say here in chat? Do you want to offer her a small amount, 20 gold, moderate amount, 35 gold, or pay her handsomely for the mask, 60 gold? That's true. She could buy the fish for the 60, that's true. And then, or refuse to buy the mask. All right, so Justin says 60, Critwitch says 60, Triffid says 35 because he could buy 1 barrel of fish. $60. Chat's like catfolk to catfolk. Right. We want to exactly. The only one who actually pays her reasonably is the catfolk. We could tell her we're like only the catfolk are this generous. Like only the cat. All right, going once. Going twice. All right. We are going to pay her 60 gold. You give Hethar the coins. She holds them in her hand for a long moment, feeling their weight, and then surrenders the mask. Now everyone's happy, says the fishmonger as she counts out the coins and slides them into a leather envelope. Can't wait to count out your coin. And then she attacks. No. Okay, so 315 minus 60. So that means 255 if I did my math right. So 255. All right. Commerce at its best. She bustles about in the back of her stall for a moment, then delivers 2 heavy casks. You help Hethar carry the 2 casks as far as the dragon statues that mark the edge of town, then set them down. Thank you for your help, she says. I will have to see about finding my own coins if I'm going to do any more trading with humans. Before you can ask how she's going to carry both casks off into the forest on her own, 3 more Hirinks emerge from the shadows of the orchard, stalking forward on silent cat feet. They nod their heads gravely to you, and then the 4 of them heft the heavy barrels of fish and vanish into the trees. All right, so first of all, we gained the spirit mask. I'm actually pretty glad about that, chat. I feel like that spirit mask might be useful. That is item M. Here is the spirit mask. Not bad, right? That's cool. Alright, so the spirit mask goes along with all of our other stuff. We got a lot of spirit stuff here. Yeah, Green Man for sure. We also, in addition to that, where do we go? Okay. We also mark 1 progress in heroism. Now, we've already done one line of heroism. Sorry, move that up a little bit. 1 line of heroism. So we're down to, we've got 2 marked in the next set of heroism. We're up to 10 heroism. We also make 1 progress in social practice. So we're making really good progress here. 2 more and we'll be able to get another social practice skill. Time passes. And this encounter is complete. Okay, so we've only used 1 time passing so far, chat. So we could go back if we wanted to Market Street again, and we could hit up one of the other places. That's possible. But for right now, I'm going to reopen this because we're right back to the beginning again. So we can go to any one of these places again, chat. We could go back to the Market Street if you want and check out one of those other 2 stands, the Elixirs or the Excitable Duo. Or we could hit up any of the other places that I mentioned before. Those options are all available to you. All right, we have 2 votes to go back to the market. 3 votes to go back to the market. One of the reasons I love this hub system is the same reason I love it in Sherlock Holmes, is that it's just so cool. Like, you feel there's so many options, and it just feels like you're looking at a full village with multiple different, very different kind of choices that you can do, and like that combined with the different classes is really cool. So. Just art. Give me more art. More art. More visually appealing, you know. But still, it's great. Yep, exactly. I agree. I think we made the right call. Generally, a lot of what I do in RPGs is if I have a particular skill or connection, I often look to that first. Mostly because I feel like those are choices that, since others wouldn't have them as an available option, they're likely to do well. And I actually think it's interesting sometimes there are some RPGs that reverse that equation, and it's not necessarily the case that you want to be using a skill that you have, because sometimes it's almost baiting you into using it when you don't need to. But in general, I always do that. Like, if I've got a skill that only I have, I'm likely to use that. If I have a particular, race like this, the catfolk, or a particular culture, or something that's like class-based or whatever, that's often useful for this. So I'm glad that we did that. Who knows? We might actually, that might be something valuable to us later if we have to, like, I don't know, deal with the catfolk or something. Like, yeah, who knows, right? All right, I'm going to last call this. We got 4 votes for Market Street right now. By the way, since both of you are in chat right now, I wanted you to know, Prince Justin, I think you may have heard this already, but I mailed off today I have the one that you sent me, because you were kind enough to send two, is sitting prominently with my family pictures, which is a mark of honor, let me tell you, for that picture, because I really think it's awesome. And the other one I sent to the second top donator, which was Dragonspear. And so Dragonspear, I mailed it off today. So Dragonspear, you will be getting Prince Justin's awesome metal print with its own stand in the mail at some point. I think it's next week is when they say it's going to get there, like midweek, I think. So yeah. And it's really cool. So yeah, it was really, really nice. It was really nice. I mailed that off. I mailed off the hardcover book to Carlos Hernandez, who was the third top donator. And again, I haven't sent off Rock Gods yet because that's going to Mike in England, and I didn't want to deal with that and with the other international stuff. So I've got a few more packages to send, but I sent most of them off today. Okay. So we are going with that. Back to Market Street it is. Okay. So Market Street again is 5,500. I don't need to describe the market to you again because we've already heard that. So we have this choice of 5,500, read the entry that belongs to that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so again, we've got now two choices, and this one actually I should be able to just put in chat. So this will be easy chat, which is either Alamir's Elixirs or the Wares of the Excitable Duo. So I've just opened up the simple poll. It's a quick poll. If you want Amir's Elixirs, just go $vote 1. If you want the Wares of the Excitable Duo, just type in vote 2. So Excitable 2 is due, Amir's Elixirs is 1. Oh, you never got to see it? I will show it to you. You'll have to apologize. I apologize for the glare, but it really is spectacular. And I think that's sunset over the Tetons you said, right? Prince Justin, sunset over the Tetons? If I'm not mistaken. And am I pronouncing that right? Is it Tetons? Or is it Tatons? I thought it was Tetons, but maybe I'm wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But it's beautiful. Sunset over the Tetons, October 2020. Okay, am I pronouncing that right? Tetons is correct? Okay. So really cool. Super cool. And again, it's got this stand right on the back. So just while you were all voting, I thought I'd show you. It's sitting right next to a picture of my mother from when she was, I think, 11. I think she was 11 in this picture. That was my mom when she was 11. So it's sitting next to there, and in the bottom of these pictures, we have two pictures. This one is me. That's me with our dog Trilby. I think. Although, wait a minute. Yeah. Although I thought that we got her. I don't know why. That could be Trilby. That could be my first dog. But I thought I was older when we got her. So come on. Here we go. Yeah, it's too dark to see it. There we go. That's a little better. Oh, yeah, I guess I could do that. Whoops, sorry. Okay. And then the other side of that picture, this is from when I was like 2. And I look like freaking John Denver in this picture, I swear to God. I look like John Denver in this picture. So anyway, those are the pictures that are sitting in that frame. And one more, so that this way you can also actually see my dog and my father. I've shown this picture before. It's too dark. Let's do it here. That is my father, and that was my dog Trilby. Our first dog that we ever had. And I thought that I got her when we were 7 or 8. So I think that this, I don't actually think this is right. I don't think that other picture was Trilby. It must have been another beagle. But anyway, that was Trilby, and that was my dad. That was actually taken on the stairs of my family's, at least where my mother grew up, and my grandmother lived, and all this stuff. And it's been sold, actually. It's no longer in the family. That didn't belong to me. That belonged to my aunt and uncle and all that. But yeah, so. Okay, last one. This one's... Okay. That is Little Arv. That's Little Arv when she was probably, oh God, 10 months? 11 months? That was Little Arv. The same one who just got her braces off today and got her second vaccination and picks her brother up from school. You know what? It is the same shirt. That's true. I've had this for a long time. It's true. That was her. Yeah. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Well, she's grown up into a fine young woman. Still a kid, still a child, and she will always be my child, but she's 13 and a half now and going into 8th grade. 8th grade. How did this happen? Seriously. How did life proceed? Oh, thanks, Garlic. Well, I appreciate that. You have a pretty good family yourself. Thank you. Your family's pretty awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that. They're, you know, I'm very fortunate in that it hasn't been easy always. It's been not the easiest thing in the world, but you know, my wife and I have always worked hard to try to get to better understanding of ourselves and our kids. We've always been very open with our kids, and we both dearly love, obviously, each other, but I mean our kids too. And yeah, and it's really funny because our son, because Mini Arv is very different in some ways and very similar in others to Little Arv. We were thinking about this the other day at the playground. He fell and he skinned his knee, and like he scraped his knee badly. Like he really scraped his knee, and he like didn't even he just got right up. He's like, all right. He's like, I'm fine. And he goes off. He's got like blood, and so my wife finally had to like no, you know, and wanted to, like had to clean it off, and then like, you know, put some antibiotic on whatever, put Band-Aids on it. And by the time I got there to take over for her, she was, because she had to go into session with client. So I took over for her with him at the playground, and like he didn't want other people, like he didn't want the rest of the family to see it, and he was nervous about me touching it. I'm like, it'll be fine, you know. We worked it through, and then I managed to, you know, clean it off and get some antibiotic on it and put the Band-Aids on, whatever. But like if Little Arv had taken a fall like that, she would have cried for like 10 minutes. Because she's very sensitive physically to stuff, as I am too, and she wears her heart on her sleeve. But he is more timid in social situations, especially early on, than she is. So it's very interesting to see how they're all connected. So anyway, yeah, they're a lot of fun though. They really are. Okay, sorry about the digression into Familyland. Okay. There we go. Quick poll closed. All right. Good night, Garlic. Always a pleasure. See you soon. All right. Option 2 with 3 votes. Okay. Option 2 is browsing the wares of the excitable duo. All right. Here we go. You step up more closely to the brothers' market stall, trying to figure out what they're selling. Your twins are going to be seniors next year, as just yesterday when they were toddlers. I know. I just, the only thing I'll say about that, Blackberry Bear, is that I do really enjoy every phase of life that they've been in. Like I really enjoy the phase of life that Little Arv is in. I enjoy having, it's been really kind of a blessing to be able to homeschool her this year because of the pandemic situation. I mean, obviously the pandemic has been awful, but it's been a little bit of a blessing to have her with us and to be able to see where she's at educationally and to be able to teach her, and just see the wonderful woman that she's become. There's these amazing, these thoughts about things, and yet still, of course, she's 13 and a half, right? She's in that in-between stage where she still has some of that innocence, and yet she's still learning. And she's always going to be a little emotionally younger, I think, which I think is a little bit of a good thing, because she's not one of these kids that like is acting like they're 30 when they're 12, which is always a dodge anyway. And so it's been really wonderful to see the kind of thing that she's grown up into. And I've always said, like, am I going to miss the, daddy's little girl being able to, I mean, yes, in a way, one is always, quote, daddy's little girl on some level, even though, of course, you don't treat them that way. But you know what I mean? Like, they're always your own daughter. They're always your son. They're always, your kids at a certain point. But even though there are parts of that I miss, honestly, I wouldn't want to miss seeing every stage of what she's grown up into. Like, I can't wait to see what she starts doing in high school. I can't wait to see what it's going to be like for her in college, or what relationships she's going to want to have, and what she's going to want to do with her life. I mean, I don't know. I'm excited to be on this journey with her, I guess. And so as much as I miss some aspects of that younger stage, there are a lot of parts of the older stage that I really love too. And so, I've liked all of it, so, but I'm sure it's going to be brutal. The whole, this is why secretly we're in an area now in Southern Connecticut where we're not that far from a number of colleges and universities. And there's a part of me, a little part that's just like, if you get into blah, blah school, I mean, save a little bit of money, got a house, can fit you in there, I'm not, I've lived with my parents for the first 2 years when I went to college, saved money, because it saved me money and I had my own place and whatever. And so there's a part of me that's like, hey, that whole multi-generation living in, grandma lives with us, maybe down the line, because man, that's going to be hard. The thought of her not being in, you're having those discussions now. Yeah. Because, it's not, nowhere is it written. And it's not like it's a long historical thing that you're required to leave the house. For most of history, that's not the way it's been, actually. Most of it has been where the family stays together and multiple generations lived under one roof, or at least nearby to each other. So it's not an absolute requirement that you kick them out at the age of 18. That's not the way it has to be. Obviously she's going to have to make her own decision, and we're not going to force her to do anything. But, there is a part of me that's because that's going to be hard. Her leaving, I had a hard enough time with camp. 2 years ago when she went off to camp for 5 days, I was a freaking wreck. For 2 days at least, I was a wreck. I felt so... I was empty nesting it like nobody's business. And she was only in, at the time, 6th grade, right? It was the summer between 6th and 7th grade. And I was just Miss, how's everybody okay? I was having a hard time. She was having a blast. I was so that is a struggle. She's going to camp this time for 11 days. This is gonna, that part, her leaving home completely, is gonna be really hard. Really, really hard. So I have a lot of sympathy for that, Blackberry Bear. But anyway, we will see how everything proceeds. What the hell are we doing? Duo, right. Compliment the duo, the big duo. Okay. You step up closely, more closely to the brothers' market stall, trying to figure out what they're selling. The answer appears to be a little bit of everything. Oh, by the way, Blackberry Bear, I also wanted to tell you that I sent off, I forget what it is that you won. It may have been something that you won directly from me and I sent it. But anyway, I've either sent off your thing today or I sent it off to the people who are sending it off to you. I don't remember the details, but your address has gone off. So you're going to be getting your thing, hopefully in the very near future, because the stuff has been sent off. So I just want to let you know that. I wanted to mention that. Okay. You step up more closely to the brothers' market stall, trying to figure out what they're selling. The answer appears to be a little bit of everything. Oh, for sure. Thank you. I picked up this little trinket in Frostgate, says the elder brother. A charm blessed by a northern witch woman, guaranteed to make the young ladies flock to you. It worked for me, folks. Works on young men, too, says the younger brother. And it can be yours for 30 gold coins. A hand shoots up in the crowd, and in moments the transaction is completed. A tall man with broken veins clustered around his nose pushes by you, clutching a small wooden charm to his chest. Now this is a curious specimen, brother of mine, says the elder brother, holding aloft a softly glowing mushroom. As you know, it glows only on the reflection of the full moon, and its curative powers in the hands of a talented alchemist are second to none. Why, that sounds valuable, folks. What are we charging, brother? 100 coins? The elder brother shakes his head. 80? Another shake of the head. What, you mean to tell me we're giving this amazing fungus away for a paltry 45 gold? No wonder our mother called us crazy. But that's not even the most exciting treasure we have available today, is it, brother? You've never been more right, brother. The younger brother unveils with a flourish a twisted horn from some tremendous beast, its top sealed with a metal cap. He flips open, as I realize the music stopped, he flips open the cap, and a strange red-black liquid within the horn begins to steam and roil. The crowd oohs and steps somewhat back. Now, I'm not rightly certain who had to die for us to gain possession of this priceless relic. The elder brother clasps a hand to his breast and turns his gaze to the heavens. Alas, great Uncle Violin. But this, folks, is the blood of a dragon. Another chorus of gasps. And not just any dragon, but High Lord Morgoth himself. The crowd recoils as if afraid of being burned. The younger brother chuckles. Never fear, he's quite dead, but his blood is priceless. Yeah, I know, right, Trippin? I'm crazy. Okay, so we can either, chat, purchase the unusual fungus, that's 45 gold. I feel like we already have a strange mushroom, but I guess we could get another strange mushroom. Negotiate a price for the dragon blood, or ignore the merchants and leave. So what do we got? Purchase the unusual fungus, negotiate a price for the dragon blood, or ignore the merchants and leave. Crazy Eddie, yeah, Crazy Eddie. He's insane. I remember that. Those commercials ran all the way up into Connecticut too. All right, chat, let me know in chat. Do you want to purchase the unusual fungus? Do you want to negotiate a price for the dragon blood? Or do you want to ignore the merchants and leave? Yeah. You saw them in Texas? So this dude was like a big chain then. I thought that it was kind of a small regional thing. Like, anyone who lives in the Northeast will probably have seen commercials for Bob's Discount Furniture with this guy who's actually a UConn alum being like, Bob's Discount Furniture. Go to my Bobopedia page and blah, blah, blah. But that's like a regional thing. Like if you live in Missouri, you're not going to see those. But wow, I didn't know that Crazy Eddie was that big a deal. Wow. We used to get Sonic commercials in New York, and it used to drive me up a wall because there's no Sonics until you get basically into Pennsylvania, or like I think we're pretty close now in Southern Connecticut to one, I think, maybe. But there's definitely none in New York City, so. All right, so not feeling the blood or the fungus. So Blackberry Bear says negotiate a price of the dragon blood. Prince Justin says leave. What else have we got in terms of votes, chat? We've got 1 vote for dragon blood, 1 vote for leave. Do we have any other votes for blood or for leave or for fungus? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Speaking of, as you're all voting for this, Dragon Blood or nothing. So we've got 2 for Dragon Blood, 1 for leave. 2 Dragon Blood, 1 for leave. So keep voting, folks, in chat. I had, I'm not going to tie it back up. Okay, so do you want, are you Dragon Blooding it, Crit Twitch, or are you leaving? I guess I actually can't leave. Or are you doing fungus? Blood, fungus, or leave? So the other day, with my son, this is after the whole thing happens with the, or actually, yeah, this happens, actually, I don't know if this happened during the whole thing with the skin knees. I don't know if it was the same time, but anyway, nothing is fine too. Well, you tell me, Blackberry Bear, you're the voter person here. Right now, we've got 2 votes for blood and 1 vote for leave, so it's up to you. Like, right now, we've got 2 votes for blood, 1 vote for leave. So my son is sitting in the back, and I'm like, all right, you know, da-da-da-da, and I'm like, then we got to run a couple of errands. We're going to, like, check the emissions check and do this, that for the car, and then I'm like, then we can get some ice cream. He's like, oh, great. He likes chocolate ice cream. We're like, okay. So I'm like, we can go to this one local place. And he's like, no, I want to go to, and then he names this one other local place, or DQ, which of course means Dairy Queen. He's like, I really like other place, or DQ. My favorite kind of ice cream is DQ or this other place. I'm like, this kid at the age of 4 and almost 5 has a favorite ice cream brand. Thank you very much. He's like, well, father, perhaps it would be fine to get blah, 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 but truthfully, the only real ice cream is blah, 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 or perhaps some DQ. Perhaps some Dairy Queen. Yes? What do you think? Like, you kidding me? When I was a kid, man, I got the ice cream, the crappy ice cream that came off trucks, and we were lucky to get it. No, I'm just kidding. I did actually like Dairy Queen. I like Dairy Queen too, but like, and we couldn't get any when we were living in New York, but like, I was like, really, dude? Really? Oh yes, DQ. Yeah, you know what though? I have to say, I like their ice cream cakes, Prince Justin. Carvel, I feel like, has fallen off a cliff in terms of quality. I was talking with Mrs. Dunsel about this on chat a couple of sessions ago, about how like Baskin Robbins has really kind of collapsed too, and I feel like both that and Carvel has gotten really artificial. When I was a kid, Carvel was pretty good, and I used to, but now I'm just like, eh. And also, we have a couple of, as I said, local places that are much better. So Dairy Queen's like as much of a chain as we want to go down. There's even a Dairy King, but like, yeah, the ice cream cakes are still pretty good. You know, and then you have like, you've also got like Menchie's, that's like a local, that's like a Northeast, you know, yogurt chain. I think they have those out west too, actually, now that I think of it. And then there's another one which is like, what is it, like 14 spoons, 30 spoons, I can't remember the name of it, but it's basically frozen yogurt. So there's that too, but yeah, Carvel. Back in the day, Carvel, in Connecticut, where I grew up, northwestern Connecticut, it was the chain stuff. You had Carvel. You definitely had the whole donut. That's something, that's a deep cut. Unless you grew up in like northern Connecticut or Massachusetts, you will, in the 80s in particular, you're not going to know the whole donut. But the whole donut was the thing. Dunkin' Donuts was a thing, but that came around later. That was more Hartford and like Southern. So you had that. And then, yeah, Carvel. And we had a place that was called Dairy Whip. And then it was called, oh God, what was it called? It was called, like, Catherine's or something? It was completely local. Oh, man, I can't remember the name of it. Might have been called Kathy's. But I can't remember completely what it was called now. And then it went back to being the Dairy Whip later on. So... Yeah. And I liked Friendly's ice cream. We actually got Friendly's ice cream a fair amount. I liked Friendly's a lot back then. There's still a couple of Friendly's around, but most of them have closed, but there's a few. Yeah, I used to like Friendly's. Another thing that was good, that I used to like a lot was, like you mentioned Carvel, Baskin Robbins. Oh, what the heck was it? Ice cream. Oh my gosh, I just forgot the ice cream. Friendly's. Completely went out of my head. Wow. I completely went out of my head. I just forgot the ice cream it was. Oh, I remember. Thank you. I just remembered when I saw Coven's thing. I'll tell you right now, if you want what I think is maybe the best store brand ice cream right now on the market, Turkey Hill. Have you heard the good news about Turkey Hill? Now, my favorite kind of ice cream is dulce de leche, but I'll tell you what, chocolate marshmallow was my favorite as a kid growing up, and I still like it a lot. Turkey Hill chocolate marshmallow is freaking legit. You can take your overpriced Haagen-Dazs and like it uses like 80% fat or something. You can take all that. You can take Ben & Jerry's. Like, those are all fine. But Turkey Hill is absurdly good. Like, creamy. Oh, it is so good. And it's not even as high in sugar and fat as a lot of those others are for store brands. And I'm just talking about store brand. I'm not like chain. I'm not talking about like I'm saying there are definitely ice creams elsewhere that would beat that in a taste test. But as far as store brand, is good. Yeah, Turkey Hill's good. Part of the reason too is that I hate really hard, chunky ice cream. I like soft ice cream a lot. So one of the things about Turkey Hill is that it's soft as you're scooping it. Like it's so good. But yeah, dulce de leche is great. My daughter loves cookie dough and likes like Oreo as well and cookies and cream, and I like that okay. But I mean, like vanilla fudge is great. Chocolate marshmallow is great. I used to like butter crunch is pretty good. My dad loved black raspberry because it was so smooth and creamy, and I like coffee ice cream because it's so creamy. But man, dulce de leche to me is number one. Is god tier like ice cream, and right behind it, or maybe right there, is chocolate marshmallow. Chocolate marshmallow is god tier ice cream along with dulce de leche. So good. Turkey Hill coffee ice cream is your wife's dad's favorite. Coffee ice cream is good, yeah, because it's almost always creamy. Blue Bell, yes, I have had Blue Bell. That is very good. I can confirm that is very good. Butter pecan, yeah, butter pecan. Butter pecan's okay. I don't love pecans. Like, they're okay, but I don't love nuts in ice cream. This is why I don't like Rocky Road either. I always was like, chocolate marshmallow's great, and it's like, now have some nuts. I'm like, Like, I don't like nuts in ice cream particularly. My dad's mom, my grandmother, used to like rum raisin. And I was like, first of all, I don't like alcohol, the taste of alcohol. I don't drink it. I don't like the taste of it. And secondly, raisins? Like, really? Okay. I'm sorry that it took me all that time to do this. So, anyway, it looks like we are on Dragon Blood, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Dragon Blood. Strawberry ice cream. So here's my thing about strawberry ice cream. Yeah, not my favorite. Okay, so we're going to be getting the Dragon Blood. I'll go there in just a second. I like strawberry ice cream, but I'll say this. Strawberry creamy ice cream. But I don't like strawberry ice cream that has chunks of strawberries in it. Not because I don't like strawberries, but because they're too hard. Like, you're eating it and you're like, then you eat this like super ugh. They get too hard and icy. So I like creamy strawberry ice cream. This is also, by the way I feel about some pie. So strawberry pie, my favorite kind of pie is chocolate cream pie. Chocolate cream pie is amazing. I like strawberry cream pie, but I don't like what people usually think that means, which is like strawberries and then you have cream on top. But if you have like strawberry mousse, that's good. Like, I just like the smoothness, the texture of just, oh man, just like fresh vanilla cream is just, oh, so good. That's the best part, yeah. Oh, the best part is the chunky. I don't like the chunky. I don't know. I like smooth. I don't like chunky. That's just me. Okay, negotiate a price for the Dragon Blood. I don't know what it does. I guess that's why we're negotiating, right? I don't know what it does. It's magic and it's Dragon Blood, maybe, or it's actually maybe fake, but we'll see. All right. You offer 50 gold coins for the Dragon Blood. The younger brother looks affronted. 50 coins? After our great uncle Violin gave his life? My brother is right, says the older brother. Who can put a price on familial love and the weight of that obligation? We won't take less than 200 gold. The man waggles his eyebrows and the crowd chuckles. This is as much a performance as it is a mercantile transaction. Now, If we have performance skill or streetwise, and sadly, we don't have either one. We don't have performance or streetwise. That's the social practice stuff over here that we need more of. Social practice right near. We do not have enough of that yet. We need more of it. Oh, rum raisin. 200 gold? I don't know. 29.38. You attempt to match wits with the brothers and keep up with their verbal sparring, but to no avail. They keep you off balance and invite the crowd to mock you at several points. Shame burning on your cheeks and turning your ears red, you are forced to accept their price or nothing. At least it came down a little from its early heights. So, okay, it did actually come down in early heights. You may purchase a dragon blood for 130 gold. Now, that's actually almost half what we were charged before. We can afford that, chat. We have 255 gold right now. 130 would still leave us with over 100 gold, so we could do that. We can purchase one dragon blood. We could also buy the fungus for 45 gold, or we could take our leave. And if we purchase dragon blood, we will also not only purchase the dragon blood, we will mark one progress in social practice and mark story point P2. So we will mark one progress in social practice and mark a story point if we get the dragon blood. So 130 gold means we get a progress in social practice, mark the story point, and then we can also purchase the unusual fungus. So the question is, chat, we can purchase a dragon blood, we can purchase the dragon blood and the fungus, or we can take our leave completely. So purchase the dragon blood and the fungus, or take our leave. What do you say? And I know that we don't know what it's good for. I agree with you, Triffid, that like, but the thing is, like, if they were going to charge over 200, I'd say go to hell with this. But I do have to say, we do have a lot of gold, and like, it's meant to be spent. Now, if we, if we then had, like, if we spent all our gold, and then it's like, you need to spend 100 gold to save the town, like, then we'd feel dumb. But, I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't know. But it's chat's decision, obviously. I don't necessarily think we need to do that plus the fungus. We've already got a mushroom, so. But also the fact that there's a story point. I don't know. I like the fact that there's social progress there. Social practice, rather, because that puts us only 1 point shy. Social practice puts us only 1 point shy, actually, if we get that one, of being able to then pick up deception, empathy, performance, persuasion, or streetwise. So, yeah, agreed, Prince Justin. The story point sells it for me, too. Now, I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know if that means the story point means that you've been swindled or something. Like, I don't know. It is possible, right? That's the thing. Right, I agree. Yeah, same. But maybe Blackberry Bear, even if it is snake oil, maybe that itself will come into play. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So, okay, so we got buy blood, I think is what Justin is saying. 3 buy bloods. Any other votes to come in? 3 buy bloods. Alright, good night, Lone Wolf. Alright, going once. Ice cream with mashed potatoes? That's... what? Alright. So, it looks like we are going for it. So we're going to buy the dragon blood. So that's 130 gold. So we're down to 125 gold now. And that is item Q. Alright, here is the dragon blood. It's a powerful ingredient in certain alchemical concoctions. So don't forget, chat, now that we have the dragon blood, we could also go to the apothecary. So we could go talk to Miriam. Don't forget, when this encounter is over, we could also go talk to Miriam and see if she can do anything with this. Because we have this, We also have this polished shell. Or not the polished shell. We have the mushroom. Like, we have a couple things that are alchemical in nature. So anyway, so we've got that. So we have got that. We can mark down the... I forgot to mention that we had the spirit mask. Which is M. And we have the dragon blood. Which is Q. All right. And then we marked 1 point in social progress, in social practice. Progress in social practice. And then we marked story point P2. All right. Okay. And then we are going to take our leave. So, entry 1320. As you turn to go, something catches your eye. A single stone resting on a counter at the back of the brother's stall. It glimmers in the light, and when you look at it, it's almost like you cannot hear or say anything else in the world. The elder brother sees you looking at the stone, and his face swiftly becomes grave. "It's not for sale," he says before you can ask. "But perhaps you'd like to try one of other fine wares," suggests the younger brother, launching off into another bit of mercantile song and dance. You can scarcely hear him. You are certain that you have never seen a stone like this before, and you must have it. But it is clear the brothers will not sell. Alright, now we have two choices here, and one choice requires us to have willpower, which we don't have. Which means we plot to steal the stone. We're not given an option. The ring. The ring. To Mordor it will take us. Alright, that's not cool. You leave the market stall and creep around to approach it from behind. Soon you manage to insert yourself into a gap between the stall and the one behind it, peering at the brothers and their wares through a gap in the curtains that form their stalls. You wait, biding your time until the brothers are both distracted by another customer, a brown-skinned dwarf man with a snow-white beard. You reach through the gap in the curtains and snatch the stone from where it lies, then scamper away, your heart thrumming in your chest like a trapped bird. The stone is even more beautiful up close, a glimmering, shimmering treasure. It's the Arkenstone. You've never seen anything you value more. The thought of being without it is like a weight crushing against your spirit. You will never allow yourself to be parted from the stone. This seems really bad, chat. This seems really, really bad. So we gain the lodestone. Oh my god. This strange stone is fascinating to behold. Despite its unnatural weight, you cannot bear to give it up. Look at this, chat. Your agility skill is disabled as long as you carry this stone. You cannot give this stone to another hero. That is a big problem. That is a big problem. Our agility is disabled. That's really bad. That's really bad. All right. So, chat, we have got to get rid of this thing. And I have an idea. So, one of the things, I mean, we have to figure out how to get rid of it. But one of the things that we may need to do is we may need willpower. And willpower is something which we get through spiritual meditation, which we can only get at the shrine. And I wonder if going to the shrine might be a way that we could remove this sort of cursed item. So we have the apothecary to think about going to. We might want to think about the shrine as well. And we've still got the other part of the market that we haven't gone to. It just happened because we entered the shop. Yeah, wedding gift. Yeah, exactly. Here, have this. Okay, mark entry point. So story point F2 is marked. Yeah, that's bad. And time passes, and this encounter is complete. All right, so morning is over. So we got some problems, chat. We gotta get rid of this lodestone. So we've got the apothecary, And maybe Miriam can give us a remove curse thing. I don't know. Then we've got the shrine that might be able to help us get rid of some of this stuff. The lodestone. You know, and then obviously we could train. So yeah, I mean, we have different choices, obviously. So let me... All right. All right, Chad, where are we going to go? We could go back to the market and hit up the last guy, with the elixirs. We could go to any of the places we mentioned before. We could go to the shrine and see if they have like a remove curse thing, or they can like train us in willpower or something. We could go to the smithy and see if we could sell the lodestone somehow or do something with it. I don't know how. We could go to the apothecary shop because we needed to go there anyway. Maybe the dragon blood will like maybe Miriam can make it into like a potion to get rid of the lodestone. So we've got all kinds of options basically. But yeah, disabling the agility is no good. That disabled is no good. I'm also pretty sure that this is spelled wrong. Isn't lodestone... Where are you? There you are. Isn't lodestone L-O-D-E? Isn't it lodestone, not lodestone? Like carrying a load? Yeah. And it is true that this is the main day for the market day. Yeah, I'm sure they're making a pun. Yeah, probably that's a pun. Yeah. That's probably true. Yeah, I don't know. I think that like the there you go. Trying to get a tissue. But I think that the lodestone, I don't know. That's nasty. Nasty stuff. I mean, frankly, unless the duo is trying to get you to steal it, I don't know why they'd even put it in sight of anybody, right? Unless that's the only way they know they can get rid of it. I don't know. All right, we have one vote each for Market Street or Apothecary Shop. What do you think, Chad? The village is your oyster. You can go to any of these places that you like. As I said, if we're looking to go to the shrine to see about like a remove curse, we do have the apothecary shop where Miriam is, and we do have other stuff for sure that we know we need to do the apothecary. We've still got Market Street. We've only used up so far. It's only early afternoon on day 4, so we've still got, plenty of time on day 4. So, yeah, it's the only way to get rid of it. I don't know. So yeah, get your votes in, chat. See what you think. When I saw the thing about willpower, I'm like, oh boy. I mean, let's be clear. Harriet has got a lot going for her, but, persuasion, willpower, the equivalent of wisdom saving throws, that's not a drill. Yeah, I know, right, Rockcott? This is super pricey, and it's currently unguarded. True. But then maybe they catch us as a thief and we go to jail and we give up the lodestone? I don't know. I just saw the whole, this is going to be disabled until you get rid of the lodestone. I'm like, that sucks. I'm like, I'm here to tell you, that blows. That's terrible. So... yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. It makes me wonder if the Excitable Boy, I don't know. I don't know why the Excitable Boys would even have it in sight. Because the thing is, if they are also affected by the lodestone, wouldn't they know that it was going to be easy for someone to steal, so they do everything they could not to ever give it up? I don't know. That is freaky. Yeah, I just don't. I don't get it. I don't know why they would. I don't. It's like leaving. It would be like going to a carnival and leaving like a loaded gun on a counter somewhere as a merchant. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Like, what? Okay, so we got 2 votes for. We got 2 votes for Apothecary Shop, 1 vote for Market Street. All right, chat, get in your votes now. Did I last call this? I did not. Last call. Going once. Going twice. All right. Okay, Apothecary Shop it is. Let's go to the Apothecary Shop and tell Miriam, what do you got for addiction? I need it. I need it, man. I'm good for it. You know I'm good for it, Miriam. All right. 6,300, and it's day 4. Not... Oh, sorry. Hold on a second. I accidentally closed something. Okay. So I'm not happy with this Fantasy Flight. I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy with having booklets like this. Come on. I mean, because I used it like 3 times. I mean, come on. Anyway, 6,300 Apothecary Shop. Okay. So, the Apothecary Shop, as all of you know... Yeah, seriously, Triffid, I'm not... Anyway, the Apothecary Shop is a 2-story building featuring a large storefront and multiple back rooms. A show window fills nearly the entire front wall of the building looking out toward the village green. If 5 or less time has passed today, and it has, only 2 has passed today, then we read the entry below, and it's day 4. The shop has been completely restored, with no sign that it was a gutted ruin only a short time ago. A large banner hangs outside, the words Grand Opening written on it in friendly letters. As you pass inside, exactly, Lost Rivers. Yes, this game came out a couple of years ago. I think actually maybe a year and a half to 2 years ago, and I bought it like 3 months ago. Like through Amazon, I think. Direct from Fantasy Flight. Now, like, the booklets are holding up fine, and the map's fine, and everything's fine, but this booklet is the biggest one, and you use it the most. But, like, all I've done is open it and read it. Like, even the WotC Player's Handbook lasted longer than this. You gotta last longer than 3 months. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, because you're right, that is a good example. Like, glue can fall out for a book from the 80s. Although, frankly, if I pull out... This is just an example, okay? If I pull out this right here is my first edition Dungeon Master's Guide of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Please note, chat, I bought this in like 84. Sorry. Trying to get it centered. This thing has been well used, and this thing still is as solid as the day that it was made. And it is, I believe these are... I don't actually think these are sewn pages. I think this is glued. I think this is glued, not sewn, but still, the glue and the binding has held up. And I use this a hell of a lot more than I use Legacy of Dragonholt. And I bought this 40 years ago? It's gotta be. I probably bought this book. Maybe I bought it in 87 or 88. So maybe it's 34 years old. It's gotta be at least 35 years old. If this thing can hold up, this is awesome, by the way, this book. If this can, if 35 years a book can hold up, you can make Legacy of Dragonholt, which cost, when it was new. Now, I bought it when the price had come down. When it first came out, this was $70. $70 for this is a joke, if it's going to do this. And again, I love Dragonholt. We're going to keep playing it. I love the concept. I would like to see more of this stuff come out. I'm having a great time playing it with all of you. I'm just saying, from a physical product standpoint, this is a joke. What the books that Athos puts out are gorgeous, and they're not going to break in 3 seconds. And that's the same thing with Forbidden Library. I mean, like, you know, it just, like, I can't do it because it's got a bunch of stuff stacked on it, but, like, I guess I can. I'll just slide the things off. Tales and Tomes, right? And note that these are sewn. You can't see it. Ah, there we go. So just saying. That kind of rubs me the wrong way, because I feel like one of the things that people sometimes say is they're like digital, digital, digital. And for those of us who still love physical books, in addition to digital, I like digital also. You know, I often like talk up the gospel of getting the physical book. And when I'm DMing, I really want a copy of the physical book. It makes it a lot easier than just doing everything digital. But it's hard for me to keep up that argument if I'm going to see stuff like this happen. So, come on. Yeah, my player's handbook is also problematic. I mean, that also caused all these problems. But, like, you know, there's just no excuse for that. Like, there's just no excuse for it. So, I may actually I normally don't do this, but I may actually write to them, because I like Fantasy Flight as a company, but honestly, I bought the Journeys Through Middle-earth, the Lord of the Rings Journeys Through Middle-earth thing back there, which was great. I really enjoyed that game. But the Aragorn, I think I told you all this, the Aragorn figure came out with its arm missing, like his left arm was off. And I wrote them at the beginning of 2020. And I was like, yeah, so this thing happened and blah, 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 blah. And they, at a certain point, they just basically were like, yeah, we can't do anything about it. And I'm like, excuse me? And it was because they had, and I guess because of COVID and a bunch of other stuff, they couldn't get the part. And I was like, okay, but like, I mean, it's like, Asmodee owns these people. It's a big company. Like, come on. And so I'm a little worried about the QA over at Fantasy Flight. Like, you've got that going on. You have this going on. You know. In fairness, though, this is, I mean, like, to be fair, Lost Rivers, this is I mean, there's a lot to this book. There's a lot of entries here. And there's a lot of these books over here. My objection to the price, right here. My objection, there's many of those. My objection to the price of this book is that there's just not, of this game, is there's not a physical product. Like, obviously, it's not just physical product. It's also the writing that you're paying for. It's the editing. It's like the mechanical system development. I get that. But still, if you're going to charge $70 for a game, you need more than a pretty cool looking map, a couple of little odds and ends like these journal things here, a few cards like this, and then a bunch of books with no art. Like, literally the only art in any of these books is here. Other than that, it's all just text, which is a little much. And then if it's also not going to have the glue, you know. So anyway, I'm not going to keep raving about it. Like, you all know what I thought, but this just started to happen and it annoys me. Like, just, come on. Yes, well, actually, Rock God, I have to say that I also owe the Kickstarter backers. One Kickstarter group actually got a free passing through of that first of the Forbidden Library, of the first part of the Forbidden Library. I have to do that. But you know what? That's not a bad idea, Rock God. It would be pretty sweet to have a mod game that had, because I could probably get, it was designed for 6 to 8 players, especially that initial one, so I could probably get a bunch of the mods together. Like you, Triffid, Dragon if you want, certainly Shadowed Mage, Burner, I'm Shatter Mage, who I've played with before on stream before. Coven, I've played with him, I imagine. I imagine I could get a bunch of the mods for that. Yeah. Ranting, not raving, that's true. Right, I am ranting. Yeah, I hear that, Thornix. Brandon. Well, that's true, actually. If you get, so let me think. Hillness, and also Hillness, because Hillness has seen, actually Hillness, I'd have to think about that, because Hillness has actually seen this. He's seen all 3, I think. So that's a little bit of a spoil, like he knows this, actually. So I'd have to think about that, but Dragon Spear, Shadow Mage, Shatter Mage, Triffid, Coven, Rock God, Brandon, Terry Tunes. If I include Hillness, that's 9. That's pushing it. Honestly, that's pushing it. Well, Mike, but see, Mike's not a mod. I was thinking about making this just a mod thing. Although Mike eventually might get made into a mod because Mike, you know, it depends on how much stuff Mike streams. Like Mike might start doing more of the streaming stuff. So I gotta think about that. Am I missing anybody? Terry Tunes. The only problem there is that the time zone thing might be a problem, but she's a mod. Could be like 9. I did list Terry in the 9? Okay. Like 9 is pushing it. I can't do more than 9. Really, it was designed to be 8 at maximum. Yeah, Burner. Yeah. Burner. Could I do 9? But probably that whole group, probably not all of them will want to play. Like, I imagine those of you who just talked to me are going to want to play. It sounds like Rock God is all in. It sounds like Triffid's all in. It sounds like Shadow's all in. I don't know whether Dragon Spear talks a good game, but then he never actually shows up to play any of these things, so. Dragon Spear not having the Wayne Rooney quality. No, so. The Weekend? Yeah, maybe that's true, Lost River. So there's 3. Again, I don't know whether Hillness can do it because he's already seen this thing, so that might be a spoiler thing. So then, if it was Terry, that's 4. Shatter may be too busy because of you know, like real life and piloting and things, but that would be 5. This is a good idea, though. This is a good idea. I will think about this. That might be a nice way as well for me to thank the mods also for being amazing. So I will think about that very seriously. I will consider that. Jay! Oh my goodness, how could I mean, of course. Absolutely, Jay, yes. So, yeah, because Jay's played with me too. Oh man. Alright, so I'll throw it out there. You know, probably what happens is I would get like 4 or 5 definites and I'd get a couple that couldn't because of time or whatever else. So I bet, you know, Jay would absolutely do it. So I bet that we'd probably get about 6 or 7. I bet that would be fun. I bet that the channel would like watching that. And, you know, twist my arm running the adventure that I wrote. And maybe it would also help sell it too, you know, like, so there's all kinds of things. Anyway, that's a good idea. Thank you. Good call. Let's get back to the apothecary shop. So, grand opening, blah, blah, blah. As you pass inside, you find the shop decorated with sunflowers and sprigs of lavender in every corner and crowded with patrons and the curious. You see Braxton emerge to the back door carrying a wooden crate full of glass bottles, which she carefully unpacks onto a high shelf. Miriam is standing on the counter talking in rapid-fire sentences to 2 patrons at once, explaining how her elixir will relieve an elderly human woman's back pain, willow bark and spring tonic will reduce swelling and dull the pain, and how her cough tonic will cure an orc man's son's cold, hyssop and elderflower and honey. After a few moments, Miriam hands over small glass bottles to both customers in exchange for jingling coins, which she tucks into her apron. Then she bounds off the corner and jogs over to you. "Good to see you," she says. "Isn't this great? How can I help you?" Offer your assistance running the shop, or browse the potions and elixirs in the shop. Now this is interesting because I could see an argument for both of these, to be honest. You know, we could maybe use an elixir, especially if there's a remove curse one, or we could also help, and that might give us some other benefits in terms of leveling up something. So I'm going to open a quick poll. One is run the shop, offer to help run the shop, and 2 is browse the potions and elixirs. So let's do it. Vote using 1 or 2. Run the shop because we'll get into some sort of amusing scrape. Could be, could well be. That's true. Yeah, we're sitting right now at, we're sitting at day 4. If it uses 2, then that just means the evening, and that means that's when we would have to hit up, like, you know, the Drunken Hog or the Countess Inn, or this, what do you call it, the Chatty Archer, like one of the inns. You know, I love the fact, by the way, that this is a fairly small village, and we've got 1 village hall, and 1 library, and like 1 smithy, and like 4 taverns and inns. So number 1 is running the shop. Number 2 is browsing the potions and elixirs. So 1 is offering assistance, 2 is browsing. So shopping, basically. It's true. We would definitely not get back to the market if we do. If we help, it's pretty likely we won't get back to the market. To the extent that anyone cares about that. I mean, I don't know. That may or may not be a good thing. I have no real opinion about this. I could see it going either way. Some people like shopping. Shopping is where it's at. Alright, I'm going to last call this. Alright. Going once, going twice, and closed. Alright, you folks want to browse the potions. Man, we are blowing through we're blowing through our money. This is definitely the spend money day, but okay. The shop smells of warm herbs with a metallic tang lurking beneath. Miriam gives you a friendly wave from her place by the counter as you look through the racks of potions, elixirs, raw ingredients, and supplies. Alright, now, we can offer Miriam alchemical ingredients, requires a strange mushroom or dragon blood. We have both of those, so we could give her both of these. We have either one of them. Request to use her alchemy equipment that requires that we have alchemy, and we do not have alchemy, so that is not going to work. We could leave the shop, which is silly because we just, well, I mean, I guess it's not silly, but... So we could either purchase some potions, or we could offer Miriam alchemical ingredients, or we could leave the shop. So I'm going to put this up as a double vote again, and what I'll say is that if you want to leave the shop, just tell me that in chat. But otherwise, 1 is purchase potions, 2 is offer Miriam alchemical ingredients. Because we have dragon blood and we have a strange mushroom, so we could do both. So we either purchase some potions, offer her alchemical ingredients, or you could just tell me in chat that you want to leave. Giving her some ingredients. I really hope that it's like, combine these two together and you can get rid of any curse. Like, outstanding. Although then, I hope that we would gain some points out of it, because even if it did remove the curse, then it's like, we spent a ton of money so that, and then we got the lodestone anyway, so we had to use up the money. You know what I mean? Like, and use up the potion, so I don't know. So hopefully, there's a part of me that's like, would that be worth it? But I guess we take what we get. But I take what I can get. Yes, I take what I can get. She looked at me with those big brown eyes. She said, you ain't seen nothing yet. Bum, bum, baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. Here's something you're never gonna forget. You ain't seen nothing yet. Bum, bum. All right. I don't even have to last call this, really, because I think everyone is in the same boat, which is give her the alchemical ingredients. All right. Here we go. All right. Requires strange mushroom or dragon blood, or in our case, both. Okay. At the mention of rare ingredients, Miriam's face lights up. Well, let's go see. Come, she says, and drags you through the door in the back wall to her laboratory. Racks of strange liquids bubble and boil against one wall, while the ceiling is hung with drying herbs. The long, narrow space has a sharp, tangy smell that isn't entirely unpleasant. Miriam leads you to the workbench, well situated under the window, and mounts the stairs placed there for gnomish convenience. Let's see what you have, she says. All right, chat, so this one's really easy. I'm going to open this poll again. Do we give her the strange mushroom, or do we give her the dragon blood? Now, I don't know whether one precludes the other. I'm guessing that one, we can then give her the second one, is my guess, but I don't know for sure. So the one you're more interested in, you should definitely give her first, just in case. So choice 1 is the strange mushroom. Choice 2 is dragon blood. Right. Although, weren't you saying, Triffid, that you also felt like you didn't know what the heck the dragon blood did? Mushroom is 1, yeah. Mushroom's 1, blood is 2. Mushroom's 1, blood is 2. Yes, that's quite true. Yeah, this is a close call. I don't know. I mean, I'm just hoping we get something that takes away the lodestone curse. You know? If it gives us a healing potion, we have 2 left. So I feel like we'd be like, oh, okay, another healing potion. But it could do anything. Maybe it gives us, like, I don't know, some knowledge that we didn't have before, or like maybe it's our superhero origin story. All right, last call. Got 3 votes for mushroom, 2 votes for dragon's blood. Right, I can see that, Lost Rivers. I mean, one thing is that we've had this mushroom for a while. So I guess there's a thought to be had that, like, eventually, like, let's do something with it. But my guess is, even if she does it and she uses it, like, and the time passes, I bet we could go back there and do the other one. I bet. But I don't know. I mean, who knows? All right, going once, going twice. Not known for enhancing willpower. It just puts you on a different willpower path. All right. There we go. We're going to go with mushroom, it looks like. Okay. Strange mushroom. Entry 4555. You are instantly killed. All right, well, GG, chat. No, I'm just kidding. Doesn't say that. Oh, interesting, says Miriam, turning the mushroom around in her hands. She holds it up to the light streaming in through the window, sniffs, and touches it to her tongue. Ah, she says, I think this might be... The gnome clambers up to stand on her workbench, then stretches to reach a high shelf and pull down a book whose cloth binding looks tattered and moth-eaten. Like, for example, the book in this game. The previous occupant left his library behind, lucky me. Let's see. Sitting cross-legged on the table in front of you, she flips through the book until she finds what she's looking for. Aha! This is a goblin cap mushroom, also called a death's flower, also called a spirit of wind mushroom, for some reason. She filches a scrap of ribbon from her pocket and uses it to mark her page in the book, then closes it and sets it aside. The good news is, I can also render it down to an especially potent tincture useful for speed and agility potions. In fact, with this one mushroom, I should be able to brew enough for a few batches. She stands again and places the mushroom in a clay dish on another slightly lower shelf. You lose the strange mushroom. That's alright. We had the strange mushroom and we lost it. And we mark story point S4. And the other good news, chat. Thank you for this. Once I'm done brewing up in a batch, you can have as much as you like at cost. So saying, she climbs back off the workbench. Now we can also give her the dragon blood, or we can leave. So this is the part that we were asking about before, chat, so I think I know where we're going. So 1 is give her the dragon blood, and 2 is leave. I don't know, Rock God, but I sure as hell hope so. I'm worried that the agility potion might just give us the skill, and I don't think the skill overrides the lodestone, but, like, you know. I know. You know what, Thordax? Isn't that, like, the history, though, of RPGs? Like, what merchant in the history of recorded time, they're like, this is the only way that we can save the world, and I'll sell you things at a clear discount. I'm like, you realize that without a world, you don't have a consumer base, right? Like, forget about the fact you won't be alive. You realize that beyond that, you have no customers if the world is destroyed. But you're just like, oh, I'll sell it to you at cost. Listen, that's a good deal. And then they get indignant when you're like, can you just give me the mother bleeping magic sword or whatever the hell it is? Yeah. There's actually, I talked about this last time, there's an RPG that is just based on shop selling. Like, it's just about selling in shops. It's on GOG, and I don't remember the name of it, but... Alright, I'm going to last call this. It looks like chat is very interested in giving up the dragon blood. That is not surprising. I am in agreement with chat on this. Alright, going once. Going twice. Close. Okay. So we're going to give her the dragon blood. 8339. Now we get to see if it's real dragon blood too. Okay. What? No. What? Says Miriam as you present her with the horn of dragon blood. Are you serious? Of course you are. Cooked my goose, it's still warm. She takes the horn carefully and slips it into one of her racks for bottles. I don't know if you knew this, but dragon's blood is a very potent ingredient for someone like me. She jumps down from her steps and starts rummaging through the cabinets against the wall, then emerges with several flat-bottomed glass flasks. Strength potions, obviously, but also it helps with the chills. How could it not? And the horn you've got it in, I could use some fireproofing, not going to lie. She climbs back up and arrays the bottles neatly, then pulls a key from one of her pockets and unlocks a small steel box. She counts out a small stack of gold coins and presses them on you. Just a dozen different things I can do with this easily. I can't accept this as a gift. Here. And if you need any strength potions, they're yours at cost. Okay, so you lose 1 dragon blood. That's not surprising. Easy come, easy go. Look at the doll situation. Mark story point L8. And we get 100 gold. So we're back up to 225, chat. See? Worth it. Time passes, and this encounter is complete. And we only lost one time, so we actually still have a little bit of afternoon left, chat. So we still have something left in the afternoon. So we got a couple of choices. We can go back to the market and hit up that last dude. We could, because now we have money again. We could go up to the shrine and check with them about a curse removal. We could, you know, right now we're really close on the social practice scale here. So we could actually go somewhere where social practice is going to happen. I don't exactly know where that is, but whatever. So we have a lot of different options. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Won't pay for adequate binding. That's funny, Lost Rivers. School for leveling. That's funny, Thordax. That sounds familiar to me, too. I don't know what I saw that, but... Yeah, I want to get clear of this curse. Right, curse removal might cost money. We have money. That's true. But, like, that's the thing. Wherever we go, this next place, it's almost certainly going to use up our last daylight. And then after that, we're doing, like, the night stuff, like the taverns and whatever. So just keep that in the back of our mind. I think we're in pretty good shape with a lot of this, but I definitely do not want to be going into like one of the adventure sides of things, like one of these other, like, you know, like the shrine, the crypt or whatever. I don't want to be going into any of those places if our agility is disabled. Like, that'll just suck. So I want to get clear of this curse. I don't know how we do that. I don't know that the shrine's going to do it, but it's a logical assumption. Like, for one thing, it mentioned that willpower was a skill that we needed to avoid taking in the first place. And willpower, you pick up with spiritual meditation, and spiritual meditation, progress for that, you're obviously going to get at the shrine. So any way you slice it, it feels like the shrine, you know, unless the apothecary, like, has stuff for us, we could go back to Miriam's shop and buy these things from her at cost. We do have that, but, you know. I'm going to last call it because it looks like we're closing in on being done with that part. Maybe they've always wanted a lodestone. Maybe the priest is going to be like, I will help you bear your burden. Is that a load? Can I have that stone? Must have it. Oh, and we're just like, sure. I'm sure this is good for your people. People are like, what a generous gift. You're like, I know. Super generous. All right, going once, going twice. That looks pretty definitive to me. So, shrine it is. That is $27.90. I don't think we've been to the shrine before, actually. The shrine is a building of white marble with a domed glass ceiling. A garden of flowers, fruits, and vegetables is laid out behind the shrine and surrounded by a low garden wall. In front of the shrine stands a marble column, a beacon fire at its tip. If it is day 5 and 1, okay, it's not day 5. If it is day 7, it's not day 7. If story point C2 is marked, C2 is not marked. So, otherwise, read entry 4010. Okay. The sanctuary is cool and peaceful. It ripples with light and shadow as natural light filters through the glass dome and falls upon the rocky pool in the center of the room. The space is filled with the silence of a babbling spring. The silence of a babbling... If it's babbling, why is it sound? As water bubbles up from the rock and flows out to the garden outside. The spirits are strong here, says a voice from behind you. An elderly orc man emerges from the shadows, his arms clasped behind his back. He walks to the pool and stands, staring into its ever-shifting light. If you listen, you can hear them speaking. He cocks his head, then grins a tusky grin in your direction. Or perhaps that's just the water. I'm Scala. I look after the shrine. You are welcome here. Mark story point C2. Okay, so now C2 is marked. Okay, so we can either spend some time in quiet meditation or read entry 3196. I'm going to guess I know the answer to this, but I'll open a quick poll just in case. So chat, 1 is spend some time in quiet meditation. 2 is leave the shrine. Time passes, encounter is complete. So I think this should be a pretty quick vote. I'm pretty sure I know what we want to do because we came here for a reason. So either 1 is meditation, 2 is leave. So like, just got here. He comes here, we're like, nope. I'm just going to go out bearing my huge boulder. All right. So we're going to spend some time in quiet meditation. Okay, let's see. You settle yourself on a rock by the pool's edge and open yourself to the experience. As you meditate, Scala silently places a candle before you, lights it, and shuffles away. You watch the candle burn down, listening to the murmuring of the spirits in the water. Mark 1 progress in spiritual meditation. Okay, that was a slam dunk. That was going to happen. Now, if story point I7 is marked, it is, but F3 is not. F3 is not. Okay, I7 is marked, but F3 is not. Okay, so read entry 2232. The rushing water grows louder and louder, the spirits clamoring to be heard. You realize that the sound is coming not from the spirit in front of you, but from the polished shell on your person. You find the shell and hold it up, listening to the roar of rushing water and the crash of waves. Ah, says Scala, the spirits there are ready to return home, I think. Why don't you place that shell back in the spring from whence it came? The old orc nods at you and you drop the shell into the water, where its great noise is instantly silenced. The sanctuary seems to glow, lit only by the glass dome above, not only by the glass dome above, but by a light suffusing the pool before you, a soft blue radiance. After a short time, the water churns and roils, almost boiling, and the shell floats to the top once more. The blue light now clings to the shell, flickering within its depths. You reach down and pick up the trinket, which seems to ring a single pure tone. The spirit's favor, says Scala. Good fortune for you, I think. He nods, then wanders out into the garden, as if this event is not at all unusual. You lose the polished shell. All right. Lose the polished shell. But we gain the spirit's blessing. We've been blessed by the spirits, chat. Can we drop a lodestone in the water too? Would they also bless us? The spirit's blessing, which is item O. Spirit's blessing. The whispers of the spirits can be heard from within the shell. Once per day, you may choose one skill which you gain for the remainder of the current quest or encounter. Oh, that's nice. Once per day, you may choose one skill which you gain for the remainder of the current quest or encounter. So when we go on a quest, if we think we're going to need a particular skill, kabam, we just get the skill and we have it. That's slick. Now, it's only one per day, but it is one per day. That's right. That's good right there, chat. That is cooking with gas. Okay. That's pretty sweet. I dig that. Well, it's not accumulate, right? Because you would gain you would gain a skill, um, and then it would be it would be another skill the next day. They don't stack. So, but I don't actually think we've had any quests that last more than one day. But yeah, they don't stack with each other either. So, still, it's really awesome. Plus, we mark story point F3. So, F3. I was kind of hoping that was a lodestone thing, but it wasn't. Plus, we mark 1 progress in heroism. It's pretty awesome. Time passes. This encounter is complete. All right, not bad. We still have the lodestone. No, it says once per day you may choose 1 skill which you gain for the remainder of the current quest or encounter. I guess that's true, but a quest, but an encounter never lasts more than a single day. It usually only lasts like a couple of hours in a given day, so it never lasts more than that. And then the other question is the current quest. I guess one of these quests, like here, over here, these ones, I guess the quest could last more than 1 day, but it is not the way that it's been so far. So maybe. But yeah, we found a loophole. Maybe. Okay. Time passes, encounter is complete. All right, good stuff. All right, chat, so we're now into the evening time for day 4. So now the question is, we're not going to be playing too much longer because it's actually getting late in the evening here too. But now the question is, where do we go next? So now we've got the evening. So the market's going to be closed probably. The smithy's going to be closed. A lot of these places are going to be closed. The guard station will still be open. The apothecary shop's probably going to be closed, I would think. The bakery will be closed. So we've got the guard station. We've got the orchard will be closed. The Willow Grove is for the wedding tomorrow, probably. So we've got the guard station. We've got the Drunken Hog. We've got the Chatty Archer. We've got the Countess Inn or the Swan. I guess we also have Fairfax Manor, but I don't know why we would go there right now. So we've got those. We've got Drunken Hog, Bakery, Drunken Hog, Chatty Archer, Countess Inn, the Swan, and maybe the guard station would be the ones that seem to make the most sense. So, what do you think? Avoid the guard station until we unload the hot rock? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping there's like some quest we can do it in, or like, I don't know. But yeah, so we got a lot of different options here. To me, there's no obvious, like, thing, you know. One of the taverns makes some sense. I guess you could try the village green. I don't know what we're going to find there. The dragon statues are just the entrance to the village. Maybe we'll see the catfolk again. I don't know. You know, we haven't used up any stamina today, so, like, we're good on that score. We just need to get rid of this stupid lodestone. So, but I don't know where to do that. Maybe in one of our quests, you know? I hope so, because I mean, you know, we have other things besides, obviously we have awareness, we have stealth, athletics, survival, archery, brawling. But the thing is that because we're impulsive, agility compensates for some of the times that our character makes a decision that's maybe a little erratic. Our agility can make up for a multitude of sins, can cover a multitude of sins, and, you know, if you don't have it, that's hard. Yeah, they're not alive. They're definitely just statues. That's the case, but certainly worth, you know, checking them out, I suppose. All right, 2 votes for the inn, 1 vote for the statues. Now's your chance, chat, to get in your votes. Sorry, I can't show both of them on screen at the same time. Gonna last call this, I think. Now, I do think we've been to the Countess Inn before, because this is where we found Ursula, who's the one that the guy who whittles wood, Theodore, we found a small trinket at the Tree of Tales, and so it turns out he loves her, and we went and basically told her that. And she's like, oh, you know, I'm glad that you told me, and it took him long enough to tell anybody, and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, could get a multiple wedding thing going on here. So yes, Lost Rivers, we do. The overall backstory of this village, a lot of what we were doing today is just kind of like meeting a lot of the villagers in like different places. But the backstory is that a letter from a friend of ours, an elven friend, Celise, who is a tutor to the Countess Regina Fairfax. Her kids, basically Sonia, Philip, and Rochelle, are her 3 heirs. And she is the leader of this village, and she's the leader of these lands, even though technically her brother, Kirik, is a true-born son and should have been given the job, and yet didn't. It was her grandfather, their grandfather gave her, even though she's only, I think, like half related to him, gave the whole kingdom to her because he thought that he was better than Kirik. She was better than Kirik, and Kirik is mad about it. And so now Sonia was thrown from her horse, even though she's a really good rider. Philip was found missing and then eventually was killed, even though Talbot, and went with his servant Talbot. And so that seems, so basically it looks like the kids are being picked off. And Kirik, as we know from the journal here, of one of the kids, Kirik actually was sending letters saying that he's the true king and blah, 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 blah. So that's kind of the basic sort of thing. That we're looking at. That's the backstory, is trying to figure out who's trying to kill the kids, protect the Fairfaxes, sort of unravel that conspiracy while also gathering information and doing all this little side stuff. So that's basically where we're at. All right, we got 2 for the dragon statues and 3 for the Countess Inn. Last call, last call. Yes, very much a dynastic rivalry. And Kirik is obviously a bad guy. What's not clear is whether he's bad enough that he would actually try to kill his nephew and his niece. Like, that seems like it might be a stretch, but maybe not. So all right, so the winner is Countess Inn. Countess Inn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so a painted sign showing a woman's profile with a silver coronet adorns this 2-story building. The ground floor is of pale red stone, while the upper story is a sprawling half-timber affair hanging over the entrance and supported by thick wooden posts. Flower boxes filled with colorful flowers are arranged between the support beams. I'm pretty sure this is not our first time visiting the location, which means we are on day 4. A human woman with streaks of gray in her dark braid reads a slim book bound in blue linen by the window. 2 merchants, a man and a woman, both humans in fine silk doublets, argue quietly at another table, pausing to take deep breaths and lower their voices every time the landlady, Ursula, casts a disapproving glare in their direction. Okay. A small group of silver-haired men and women ponder over a board of light and dark squares adorned with wooden playing pieces. A man half reads, half dozes by the fire. The room is filled with a vibrant, intense hush. Ursula sits in her usual seat beneath the painted tree, sipping tea from a silver cup. Okay, so the second option, which is to give her the letter, I think we already did that, requires story point 03 is marked, and it is, but K8 is not. But it is marked, so that's not the case. So we have 2 choices, actually. This is pretty easy. Choice 1 is we get something to eat, which requires we spend 5 gold. Choice 2 is we leave. So not much going on here. Spend 5 gold and get something to eat, or leave. Right, Lost Rivers, but it might happen on a different day. It might be that nothing's happening today. But you could also be right. I mean, very much so. You know what? I don't actually remember that. Did we see him actually kill his nephew? I may have missed that. I thought that like we thought there was good evidence to suggest it, but we didn't know for sure. Maybe you're right. Boy, I can't believe I forgot that, if that's the case. So again, chat, 1 is buy some food. 2 is leave. Yeah, I mean, we have plenty of gold. We've got 225 gold, so we got plenty. Ah, yes. Mrs. Dunsel, I expected would weigh in on this. Food! Okay, I'm going to last call it. Looks like everyone's in favor of food. I mean, who's not in favor of food, really? Okay. There we go. So, food it is. Okay. 88.15. All right. Ursula's daughter. So, let's spend the 5 gold. Ursula's daughter, whose name you still haven't managed to coax out of her, brings you a platter molded high with lightly spiced boiled vegetables, rich red beans, and a cut of cold mutton. The food is a little on the bland side, but filling and seems appropriate to the clientele. I guess because the clientele are bland, probably. Good night, Critchwitch. Alright, you each recover 2 stamina. Well, we hadn't lost any stamina, so time passes, this encounter is complete. Alright, that was kind of a bust. Alright, chat, so much for that idea. Okay, so, now, what we've got here... What we've got is... forget the count us in. We're still in the evening. It's late in the evening. So, now again, we get this vote. We got, the dragon statues. We have got... I guess we could hit up the village green and see. We've got the drunken hog. We haven't been there yet. We've got the chatty archer. You know, that's an inn. People might be there. We got the swan. We could head back there and get some stuff. So we've got different options. Or we could go to those dragon statues. So we've got different choices. Right. Maybe we'll go out to the dragon statues and the cat folk will be like, "You have helped us. Give us the lodestone. We will bear your burden and give you the answer to the game." And then they just go and like leave. Or maybe we'll see Lydia and you'll hand her the lodestone and she'll be like, "I am sworn to carry your burdens." And then we just bring her to the top of a hill, and we're just like, "Fuss, Rhoda!" Which was basically my view towards Lydia. Alright, we are going to last call this. Looks like people want to go check out the dragon statues. Can't blame you. Cannot blame you. And... going once. Going twice. Alright, dragon statues it is. Right. 1590. Okay. 2 massive dragon statues tower over the western road like an archway. One statue is carved from black stone, the other from white, and they are positioned to look as if they are dueling. The statues are the closest thing Dragonholt has to a town gate. Now, if it is day 3, it's not. Day 3, it's not. Day 6, it's not. Otherwise, nothing of interest is happening here right now. This encounter is complete. Well, nothing is happening with the dragon statues, chat, so... there we go.
Thunder. Thunder! Thunder! Thunder!
Just for a hose again. All right. So there we go, chat. So now we've got, so that's off the table now. Thank you, Rob, so much for the host, man. What's going on, my dude? How you doing, man? Join us, Rob. Join us as we finish the evening by figuring out. What I'd like to do is get to the end of the day. I think that'll be a good stopping point. The end of day 4. We got the statues on their day off, pretty much. So now what, chat? Dragon Statues is out. Library's out. We could go to the Orchard, I guess. I don't know what's going on there. Shrine is out. Village Green we could take a shot at. I don't know. Village Hall is probably closed. Guard Station is probably open. We could check that out. Smithy is closed. Willow Grove we're doing tomorrow. Market Street's going to be closed. Apothecary Shop's closed. Bakery's closed. Drunken Hog we could hit up. That's a possibility because that's open, I think. Chatty Archer is open. Obviously, we could go to the Swan. Northern Road, I don't know why we would do that, but we could. Or the Eastern Road, same deal. Fairfax Manor is not going to be open for us really right now. So those are your choices. So what do you got? Good to see you, Rob. So what have we got, chat? What do you want to do? Do you want to hit up like the Hog, the Swan, the Chatty Archer? Do you want to go hit up the Guard Station? Do you want to hit up the Orchard? I don't know. One of the roads seems silly, but... Or go back to the Swan? Get your vote in now. I don't remember if I did, Coven. I don't recall. I don't remember. Let's go drinking. All right, get that vote in. Oh, I see everyone has. They're all going to the Drunken Hog. I wasn't even paying attention. I thought no one had voted yet. You're all like, yeah, let's go get drunk. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm gonna have some fun. I'm like so bored, I'm drunk. What's up, Nonstop? Yeah, a little bit. I got started a little late tonight, so I wanted to go a little longer. And we're almost done with this day in the game, so... Yeah, it sounds familiar, Coven. It sounds familiar to me. I'm gonna last call this, although it sounds like we're going Drunken Hog style. Drunken Hog style. Oh, by the way, speaking of style, I was thinking about martial arts. I don't know if anyone has seen this, but I happen to be I like Kung Fu and martial arts stuff quite a bit. And, I wanted to say, if you have a chance to look it up, there's a martial artist whose name is Mike Moh, M-I-K-E-M-O-H, and he posted on Twitter that basically this short film called Payback, this martial arts short film, which he filmed in 7 hours in Pasadena. This is good. It is good fight stuff. Very good fight stuff. So if you haven't had a chance already, take a look and find it on Twitter. If you like martial arts or into that kind of stuff, it's pretty badass. I was like, damn, that's pretty good. Consider the Arbed command. Yeah, for sure. I know. Soon. All right, Drunken Hog. Let's hit it up. I don't know that we've gone to the Drunken Hog, actually. This may be a first for us. Okay. The Drunken Hog is marked by no signs save a discarded oak hogshead. The building is low and square, its entrance sunken below the street and barred by a door black with grime. Its windows are greasy waxed paper, and the entire building seems like it hasn't been cleaned since it was built. So it's CBGB's, basically. Played there. If 5 or more time has passed today, and it has, had to be 5 though, so this is day 4. The common room thrums with louder noises, thicker smoke, and more pungent smells than usual, and more people crammed into every available seat. 3 variously inebriated men, 2 humans and an orc, are merrily throwing knives at a block of wood hung from one of the tavern's supporting posts. Each knife lands with a loud fuck and a roar from the crowd of onlookers. A tall human woman with a leather cuirass watches the knife throwers with an air of curiosity that ranges somewhere between the professional and the romantic, while she polishes a sword of smoky gray steel. Alright. All the regulars seem to be in place. Wait a minute. Have we even been to the Drunken Hog ever? Do we even know? All right, I guess that works. 3157. All right. Okay. All the regulars seem to be in place. Thelga behind the bar, Reginald propping it up, Norman enduring Reginald's drunken ramblings. The crowd in the Drunken Hog is as noisy and anonymous as ever. So, 2 choices, chat, but I just want to make this quick because I think it's pretty obvious what we're going to do. You can either eat, drink, and engage in tavern banter, which costs 5 gold, or we leave and the encounter's complete. I assume we're spending the 5 gold, right? Yeah, thanks, Trippid. That place is legit. I know, right, Lost Rivers? So we're spending 5 gold, right? Can chat? Can everyone confirm? We've got like 220 gold, so like, right. And banter will develop social skills, and we need that. That's true. That's true. Yes, we're getting drunk. All right. All right. Actually, I'm just gonna cross all that out and go 215. Alrighty. Okay. So here we go. Read entry 2038. You approach the bar and order refreshments. Thelga, the York bartender, pours you a drink in a chipped wooden cup and ladles out a helping of new stew atop a slice of stale bread in a wooden trencher. Only the best. I am sworn to carry your burden. Only the best, she says in a leaden voice. You each recover 2 stamina. Okay, we're not down stamina, so. You eat and drink and find the food improves as you drink. The crowd continues to argue and boast all around you. It's like the battered mug. Read entry 7622. At the bar, Reginald continues in his incoherent insistence as to the non-existence of gnomes. Now I'm thinking about... Okay, let me finish this. Norman, for his part, seems to have put that argument aside in favor of trading boasts with an old human man missing several of his fingers. The stories and rumors the two of them swap seem more than simply improbable. This is reminding me of the song by Styx, Too Much Time on My Hands. Well, I'm just sitting on this bar stool, talking like a damn fool, with the 12 o'clock news shows. All kinds of time, and I'm going to make. Is it any wonder I'm not the president? He's not the president. Okay. Anyway, so here are the choices we have, chat. We have listen to rumors and stories. We have brag about your own adventures. There's actually a choice to argue with Reginald that gnomes exist, except it requires that you be a gnome, which we're not. So look for an excuse to start a tavern brawl or finish your meal alone. So there are 4 choices. We can listen, and you'll have to tell me in chat because I don't want to reset everything. Listen to rumors and stories, brag about your own adventures, look for an excuse to start a tavern brawl, or finish your meal alone. If we finish the meal alone, time passes and the encounter's over. So, rumors, brag, brawl, or finish your meal alone. What's it going to be? Well, I'm sitting in this bar stool, talking like a damn fool on the 5 o'clock news shows. All kind of truths and a kind of bruise. More than hard knows. Only wonder I'm not crazy. The great Tommy Shaw. Listen to rumors, but that's a good one. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. I think that's on that album. All right, so what we've got? We've got rumors. We've got 3 rumors and 1 brawl. Mrs. Dunsel with a brawl. She got her food. You got your food, Mrs. Dunsel, so now it's fisticuffs, huh? Rumors by Timex Social Club. All right, so it looks like we've got, because I think Thordak's voting for rumors. So we got 4 rumors, 1 brawl. Yes. Hey, what's up, Miranda? Yeah, we're closing in on being done here, one way or the other. All right, 4. Doing well, going well. Day 4 has been an interesting day. We got ourselves a lodestone, which is basically a stone that we stole because it was like the ring. We like desperately wanted it, and we don't ever want to give it up. And as long as we have it, our agility skill is disabled, which sucks. But we did get the blessing of the spirits, which gives us the ability to get once per day any skill we can have for the rest of an encounter or a quest. So we spent some money, we lost some money, but all right. So we're gonna go with rumors because more people went for that. One of the stories being traded across the smoky room catches your attention. It revolves around a local hero, perhaps dating back to the Dragon Wars, who could fight dragons and win. "I'm telling you it's impossible," exclaims Norman. "No one could fight a dragon and win, not without magic, not even a big job." "I never said it weren't with magic what he done it," says the old man with the missing fingers. "His hero, a great and powerful magic what he had, like to freeze a dragon's fire in his very throat." "If we had a magic like that, the Dragon Wars would have gone very differently," observes Thelga. "Well, this fellow done died, didn't he just?" says the tale-teller. "And his magic were buried with him, not far from this very spot." "More likely it died with him," says Norman. "You don't bury perfectly good magic, not when there are dragons to consider." "Maybe hayhap it were the dragons what buried him," suggests the old man. "Certain his tomb's a haunted place now. What I've been there myself, ain't I? Just to the north of the village it be, but that howling, it chilled me bones." "More likely you heard the wind and made up the tomb to make yourself feel better," scoffs Norman. "Let's have another drink." All right, mark story point B3. B3 goes on when it's cold outside. All right. There's B3. Time passes. So now 6 time has passed. Now we can find something else to occupy our time in the hog. Requires 7 or less time. Now it has. So we could do another thing in the hog, chat, if we wanted. Yeah, starting to Lost Rivers, yeah. So we could do another thing in the hog. Do we want to do another thing in the hog? Or leave? 1 is do something in the hog, 2 is leave. One hog, 2 leave. Hog is eat, argue, and brawl, yeah. Except that argue, I think, requires that you have to be a gnome, and we're not a gnome, so... I'm not a gnome. What's a gnome got to do with me? I'm not a gnome. I'm not trying to hear that say, I'm not a gnome. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a gnome that looked good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and a 6-foot Impala. I wish I was like 6'9" so I could get with Yoshi, cause she don't know me, but Yoshi's really fine. You know, I see her every time, everywhere I go, and even in my dreams I can see no way to make her mine. Cause I know she's living tall, her boyfriend's tall, and he plays ball, so how am I gonna pick with that? Cause when it comes to playing basketball, I'm always last to be picked, or in some cases never picked at all. So I just sit upon the wall, and I don't remember the rest. Yes, I saw that Pyron was playing some Blood Bowl, actually. What's gnome got to do with it? Okay. What's gnome but a second-hand dwarf? No, I'm just kidding. That's terrible. All right, so it looks like we're staying there. Oh, man, I love that song. Oh, you know, that's on the reel. So if it... Because, like, so far I got this hatchback, and everywhere I go, UI gets laughed at. Because in the front seat, I got an 8-track, and I got a spare tire in the back seat, and that's flat. And you want to know what's really whack? You see, I can't even get a date, so what you think of that? I heard the prom night was the bomb night with the hood rats you could hold tight, but hero, in this car, I can't even get a hello. Well, Yeah, my wife and I used to play that song for each other. Okay, right. So we are staying in the hog. All right, 7622. I do. My partner code, my affiliate code for GOG should be down on the page, Miranda, if you look down below the video window. I do have that. All right. Oh, we can brag. I forgot about that. So now, chat, we've got 3 choices. Oh, no, we did rumors and stories. Never mind. We've got 2 choices. Well, 3 choices. We can brag about our adventures, brawl, or finish our meal alone. So brag, brawl, or finish our meal alone. Yeah. The immortal Skilo right there. Thank you, Shadow. I forgot that locks in, because that has my affiliate code with it, doesn't it? Thanks, Shadow. I forgot that we had that command. Okay, so let me know in chat what do you want to do, chat. Do you want to brag about our adventures, brawl, or finish our meal alone? Brag, brawl, or finish? Mrs. Dunsel says finish. Yeah, so I don't have a vote up for this one. I'm just brag, brawl, or finish. I got finish. I've got 2 for finish and 1 for brawl. Brag, brawl, or finish. We paid for it. I mean, yeah, we did. We did. All right, brag, brawl, or finish. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 for finish and 1 for brawl. Sunday we may be hungry again, but it is not this day. This day we eat. Okay. All right, so it looks like we're finishing going once and twice. Okay. So we finish our meal alone. Time passes. This encounter is complete. Okay. All right, chat. So we've got one more day. We've got one more bit of time to do something in before we wrap up the day. So this is going to be your last shot, chat, to get something, because whatever we do next, time passes. That's going to be the end. So we can either... So again, we've got, in terms of things we haven't tried, we've got the Swan. We can go back to the Swan. We've got the Chatty Archer. We haven't been there today yet. Probably the Guard Station. We could like do some work out there. The rest of the stuff is going to be mostly closed. I guess maybe the Orchard or one of the roads, but pretty much the main roads I think would be Guard Station, Chatty Archer, or the Swan. Would be the ones. Chatty Archer is another tavern. So... should really be keeping a low profile. So, yeah, we got Chatty Archer. We've got the Guard Station if you wanted to, like, you know, work out a little bit. Or this one. Got 2 votes for Chatty Archer so far. We are basically on a pub crawl, yes. It's a $ vote. All one way. There you go. All right, Chatty Archer. Going once here. Everyone's down to go bar hopping. All right, and okay, Chatty Archer it is. 6,500. Okay. An archery butt lies under a maple tree outside this rustic lodge-style tavern. Several arrows are stuck within it, and others stand point down in the earth by the tavern's polished pinewood door. A string bow hangs over the door, nestled under the awning to protect it from the elements. If 4 or more time has passed today, and it sure has, then we correspond to the current day, which is day 4. An inebriated man, his nose pink, staggers past you to the archery butt outside, followed by a small crowd. Egged on by their cheers, he tries and fails to land an arrow in the butt 3 times to general laughter. A dark-haired woman, Lay, emerges from the kitchens with a heavily laden tray. She pauses at the bar to lean in and trade a kiss with Hunter, the barkeeper, then carries her tray to a nearby table. Theodore, the old regular, sighs at the exchange. Ah, he says, young love. Okay, now if story point K8 is marked, K8 is marked, but Y6 is not. Y6 is not. So K8 is marked, but Y6 is not. Then we read entry 5673, okay? Theodore waves you over, grinning ear to ear. Ah, he says, I have this to thank you for this, you know. When you ask what he's talking about, he chuckles, shaving a flake of wood from the block in his hands. If it weren't for you, I'd never have gotten up the courage to tell Ursula how I feel. He glances around the bar, then leans towards you and speaks in a low voice. I'm going to propose to her tomorrow morning at the shrine. If she says yes, I'll marry her then and there. Double wedding, let's go! He leans back, his lips barely containing a childish giggle. Why waste time at our age, eh? I'd like you to be there as witness, he says, and then turns to point at Hunter with his knife. You and Lay, too, if you're free. I wouldn't miss it, says Hunter. Mark story point Y6. Okay. Theodora leans back and places his knife flat on the counter and sighs. You know, that reminds me of a story. Okay, first of all, let's just put a note here. So wedding is day 5, but also we have another wedding, which is in the morning at the shrine. So we got possibly 2 weddings tomorrow, chat. Multiple weddings. Okay, so now what we have, chat, is we have 3 choices. Well, one of the choices is that we order something to eat again. I don't know whether we really want to do that, but we can either listen to Theodore's story, order something to eat, or leave. A red wedding and a purple wedding. Red wedding. Yeah, we've already eaten like twice times already. Thank you for the follow, Lucky Potato. Welcome to the Argonauts. Alright, so we can listen to Theodore's story, order something to eat, or leave the Chatty Archer. You can tell me this in chat, because again, I don't want to reset up the main area. In the last, like, 3 hours, Mirinda. We've had second breakfast yet. What about third breakfast? Okay, so, listen to his story, get something else to eat, or depart. Stay a while and listen. Okay, so Blackberry Bear says listen. Lost River says listen. Triffid says listen. Okay, so we got 3 listens. So we've got listen is 1. Order something to eat is the second choice, or leave. And it'll cost 5 gold, but again, no big deal. Listen. I'm going to last call this because it looks like everyone is in favor of listening. Going once, going twice, and... Dreams and Go Your Own Way with the 2 big hits from Rumors. Little Lies is from Tango in the Night. Oh, really? Oh, man. You can go your own way. That's hard for my range. Go your own way. You can call it another lonely day. Loving you isn't the right thing to do. No. Yeah. Okay. Right. So it looks like we are going to listen to his story. Now, when I was a young lad, Now, wait a minute. I've told this one before. He blinks, frowns, and his brow furrows. I suppose I'll have to tell a different one. Now, let me think. If it's day 4 or 7, read entry 4256. Okay. Alright. My father wasn't a woodworker. He was a farmer. He wanted me to follow in his footsteps and farm, but I never did have the head for it. The cycles of the seasons and the constant chores. The old man shakes his head. My father told me I was a dreamer. He said, "You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope one day you'll join us, and a day, and the world will live as one." Imagine there's no heaven, no. What's up, Bagel Bandit? How you doing, man? Okay, my father told me I was a dreamer like it was a bad thing. I suppose I wasn't much of a son. I kept running off into the forest or the orchard, finding beautiful things to collect. I would build little fairy houses out of tree bark and stones, you know, places for the spirits to dwell. He chuckles. Well, my father put me to work building a hutch for some rabbits, and I put it together right enough. After that, we got on better, and I started building things for the nearby families. Eventually, I came into town, and I apprenticed to the woodworker here. What was her name? He frowns and shakes his head. Ah, but then came the war, and that reminds me of a story. Now, we can continue listening to Theodore, or we can leave before he starts telling another story, which would end the day. So we can continue listening to him, if we want. Yeah, 2 days later, he was sued for copyright infringement. So, I'm going to open this up, chat. This is easy. Simple one. 1 is we keep listening. 2, so go ahead and vote here. 1 is we keep listening. 2 is we leave before he tells another story. Nice, Shadowed. That's awesome. Such a cool game, Talisman. I played through a lot of Talisman Origins, which is like the single-player version with a bunch of little quests. I did that, so. Whoops. I think we're good with this fan for now. Okay. All right. I'm going to last call this. Going once. Going twice. And I love this tavern music, which is actually appropriate for what we're doing. All right, so we're going to listen to the story. That's what you do as an RPGer. Keep on rolling. Theodore takes a long drink before continuing. When I was drafted into the war, you know, the first one, I ran to the forest and I went to the Tree of Tales and I begged the spirits to spare me, to save me from the horrors of war. And I don't know that they heard me, except of course here I sit, and there was one other thing. It was on my way back from the tree, you know. I was crossing over that stream, the one that feeds the mill pond. It was a shortcut, I knew, a little off the trail. And so I splashed through the stream and leapt from rock to rock, and wouldn't you know it, the last rock leapt back. He chuckles at the memory. It was a frog, a monstrous huge frog as big as a cart. It fixed me with its most affronted glare, as offended as I've ever seen a frog before. I'm sorry for stepping on your head, I said. The monster just croaked at me and hopped away. And I don't know what to make of a frog the size of a goat, except the spirits must have been involved somehow, I figure. He gazes at the block of wood in his hands, which is shaped just slightly like a frog. That reminds me of a story. Alright, so, again, we can continue listening to him, or you can leave. Real simple. We've gathered some information, but have we learned it all, chat? Is there more to be learned? So 1 is we listen a little more. Or number 2 is you bail out. You're getting a little sick of his stories. All right. It sounds like your patience is not actually unlimited, is what it sounds like to me. They're gonna last. Yeah, day 10, more stories or leave. That reminds me, and you're just like, you know. Can you tell me a story that might actually level me up? How about that? Can you tell me a story that involves you taking this lodestone from me? I had an onion on my belt because that was the style at the time. Anyway. Alright, going once. Going twice. Alright. This story better be good. I don't think chat's got a lot more patience. Alright, 69:27. 30 days pass. Okay. Now, I'm sure you know, says Theodore, that Regina didn't grow up in the manor. She didn't even grow up in Dragonholt. I don't rightly know what her childhood was like, but they say she walked barefoot out of the forest with that husband of hers in tow. Couldn't have been more than 20 years old, and surprised her father with the fact that she was alive. We were all so surprised, but then Lord Holland had been a bit of a wild one himself in his youth, so I hear. He traveled about a bit, strapped on a sword, and did a bit of the adventuring hero, mingled with all sorts. When he finally came home, married that nice Belmont girl, and settled in as the Count of Dragonholt, we all stopped talking about his adventurous past. And then Kirik came along, and he doted on the boy. Thought he'd be as brave and strong as his father. We all did. Theodore frowns, thinking back. Things didn't turn out that way, but children are always disappointments to parents who have decided who they'll be before they even meet the little blighters. That reminds me of a story. Continue listening to Theodore. All right, chat. Do we keep listening to Theodore or do we bail? One is listen, two is bail out. Go ahead and get that vote in. Get that vote in. I have a vote open. One is listen to the story, two is bail. Yeah, Belmont, the Castlevania crossover, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Download the stories on the iPad. This is fascinating. I'm going to come back at some indeterminate point in the future. You know? Alright, so get your votes in. Vote, $vote 1 is keep listening. $vote 2 is leave. I'd love to do this, but I have to go teach quantum physics to Grass. So again, if you want him to leave, then $vote 2 is leave. $vote 1 is listen. Like it says stay a while and listen, not stay forever and listen. Watch, in before the next one is like, and the solution I realized to the solution of all the problems we have is that so-and-so did it, and here's the sword that will destroy him. And, yeah, I know, I gotta go to bed too. So this is probably good timing, actually, because I gotta wrap here. Alright, last call, last call. Alright, so time passes. This encounter is complete, and that means that the day is over, which means we read the conclusion of the day. You climb up to your room and prepare for bed. Out the windows you can still see sparks and light from the bonfire in the village green, and hear the odd snippet of music or rowdy celebrants. It seems as the village is settling down to sleep with a smile on its face. You sleep hard and deeply, which is like intense sleep. And if you dream, you don't remember it. You recover half of your maximum stamina. Our stamina, again, was never affected here. We all refresh our activity, that doesn't matter. This chapter of the story ends here. When you're ready to begin the next chapter, read entry 6452. Alright, day 5 will be 6452. And remember, chat, we've got 2 weddings that we're going to have to go to on day 5. We're going to have to hit up Theodore's wedding at the shrine in the morning, and then head over to Willow Grove for Miriam and Braxton's wedding. So we got some weddings going on here. And, you know, who knows what else is going to happen. So, very productive day, though, Chad. I mean, we got a lot done. We got a lodestone. I got a cursed stone, which kind of sucks. We lost some gold. We did gain some heroism, though. And we also made some progress in social practice. And we also, and spiritual meditation. And we also got the Spirit's blessing. So we got that. And we got the Spirit mask. So we got that. So, you know, could be worse. Not bad. You know, Batey's wedding. What will we wear? An excellent question. And I wish I had the answer for you. But I do not know. But this was a lot of fun. I had a good time with it. And I really really do hope that you folks did as well, because I definitely had a good time, and this has been a lot of fun. I really have been enjoying playing through these with you. And yeah, we made some like serious progress, and we're over halfway through, chat, unless there's other stuff here I'm missing, because there's only 3 days left. We've gone through 4 days already. We've got day 5, 6, and 7. So there's these 3 things, and we still have to try. Oh, you can't see it anymore. Well, we've still got those 3 things that we've got to do. So we've still got that stuff that we've got left to happen. So it's going to be great. As far as the next stream of this, I don't know exactly, Lost Rivers, because the rest of the calendar for this month has everything sort of scheduled that's basically looking at things like, things like the Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete that I'm playing on Saturday evening, or the tabletop role-playing stuff, or the Patreon Field Chat Shows and Game of the Month. The only thing I'll say is that starting in mid-June, I'm going to be done with any writing for a couple of months. I'm taking 2 months off of writing, and pretty much I'm, other than like if an edit comes in or something like that, but otherwise, I'm just going to be focusing on streaming. I'm going to be doing some reading, hanging out with the family, and playing some video games. And so I've been able to do some bonus streams here and there, and I've been using this, like bonus streams have been me playing this game, Legacy of Dragonholt. So my guess is that that's what I'm going to be doing for this too. So it would not surprise me if we had a bonus stream or two on days that I normally don't stream that pops up featuring this. So the best way to kind of keep track of that is to follow the channel, of course, and to follow my Twitter, because I'll always try to post there when I'm going live. And for sure, a guarantee is that the month after next, D&D with viewers is going to be this until we finish this game. So that would definitely happen as of next, what would that be, August. If that is, of course, we haven't finished up by then, which is possible. I mean, we might actually finish it by then, depending on how many bonus streams we've got, because we made a lot of it. So that's right. And Tuesday afternoon is a similar chat chosen game, because Tuesday afternoon is the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook series, and starting with Phantoms of Fear, where we have chat making the decisions, and it's got a lot of similarities. It's not a direct corollary, of course. There are some other things that make it different. I will say that cleanup on this game is pretty fast, so that's good. But yeah, but if you want more of this, be on the lookout for a bonus stream, which is what we're looking at. But so, but that is the deal. Phantoms of Fear is a really unusual one. You're doing Fighting Fantasy? Cool. Yeah, I've never actually played it. So this one, I think there are some significant differences. Fighting Fantasy generally does not. There are a couple of books that are a little bit like this, but generally Fighting Fantasy does not have a hub-based system for the most part. At least not one where there's an obvious, like, big 20-entry thing like that you have in Dragonholt where you go back to it. I think that it tends to be a little bit more of a coherent story, which is nothing against Legacy of Dragonholt. It's impossible to do the same kind of story. But this one feels more sandboxy than most Fighting Fantasy games do. But then it depends on what kind of Fighting Fantasy game books. Because if you're talking about some of the really good Fighting Fantasy game book ones, they probably have superior writing to this. On the other hand, there are a couple of Fighting Fantasy game books which, it must be said, and this is coming from a big fan of them, are kind of duds. And remember, I've only played through book 26 or whatever it is. So, when I was a kid, they only had up to like book 20 or 21, maybe 22 in the US, and then everything after that just came out in the UK. So there's another like 13, 14 books beyond the ones that we've gotten to that I haven't played, including Phantoms of Fear. So I'll be able to say more about that as we go along. So yeah, I actually noticed that, the whole dream sequence and everything, it's cool. It's pretty cool. So I gather from this, Lost Rivers, that you're a big game book fan, because we also played Sorcery on here, both the Inkle one and also the Sorcery game book series. And the Sorcery game book series are the best game book series. That's the best 4 game books ever made, in my judgment. And Crown of Kings is the best game book ever written. It's just an incredible, towering achievement. But the video game version, Inkle's video game version, is pretty sweet too. So, yeah. Let's see, there were 54 in the original run. Wow. So we're basically just halfway through. I didn't even know there were that many. Holy cow. So, Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, you're waiting to see Sorcery 4. Yeah, like I said, Marinda, we will come back to that. It's going to be a while, though, because we have some others to get to. In fact, as it stands right now, we're going to be playing Neverwinter Nights 2 complete, and then we're going to be going straight into Mask of the Betrayer, because I really want to play that. And then after we're done with that, the next game after that would be the Saboteur, which I'm actually looking forward to playing, which is a shorter game that I kind of just completely missed the first time around. Then we're going to play Frostpunk. That's a game that could either last for a while or I might be done with in a session. If it goes off the rails, I'm not going to stick with Frostpunk forever. But maybe. It might go a little bit longer. Then Final Fantasy Tactics, which I've been wanting to play on stream. Maybe my favorite game of all time. It's got to be like top 3 favorite games of all time. God of War 2018, which I promised I'd come back to. Then Fable The Lost Chapters, which I think is cool and I've been wanting to give a try to. I never played any of the Fable games. And then Sorcery 4 is after that. And then it all gets a little fuzzy. 7 The Days Long Gone, maybe, I don't know. Lord of the Rings Online I might play a little bit more of. We'll see. I'm not sure if I'm down for that or not. It depends on how I feel at the time. Hades. I'm not sure that I'm going to want to play Hades again. I liked it, but I played it for like 18 hours or 20 hours. I was like, I'm good. I think I get it. Wild Arms I might play some more of. Planescape Torment, Breath of Fire 3. All of that is stuff that's in the ballpark. Horizon Zero Dawn. Maybe at some point I'll take pity on Shadow Mage and put Golden Sun back in there. Elsinore, the game that Marinda recommended to me at some point. I have Deus Ex Mankind Divided on there. I have DLCs for various games like Pillars of Eternity, White March. Disco Elysium at some point. Arkham Knight, maybe. Suikoden. Blade Runner I might want to finish at some point. Portal 2. Phantasy Star. Lego Lord of the Rings. Curse of the Azure Bonds. Uncharted 3, possibly. Batman Telltale Games. Suikoden 2. Assassin's Creed Origins. Divinity 2. So there's a lot of ones down there. The ones that I know are Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete, plus Mask of the Betrayer, The Saboteur, and then try Frostpunk and see how it goes, and then into Final Fantasy Tactics. After that, it gets a little more shaky with God of War and the ones after that. I could move Fable above God of War, maybe even above Final Fantasy Tactics, so we'll see. So, yeah, I know, exactly. So many games, it's true, so many games, but it's a good problem to have, right, Miranda? So. Alright folks, so that is going to do it for me for today, but I hope you folks had a good time because I had a good time and I hope you folks did as well, and if so, I hope you will consider the possibility of jumping on board with us for tomorrow's stream, which is going to be Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. And then on Sunday, we have got the first of 2 consecutive streams of Blades in the Dark, Case of the Cindered Seal, with Brandon O'Brien and the crew of Mike Underwood, Valerie Valdez, Yoi Gawain Lin, and Iori Casano. And that, of course, is all part of the Speculate Twitch joint event. So please jump on board if you want to know more about Speculate. Also, that would be lovely. And the Final Fantasy Tactics game I'm playing, that I haven't decided if I'm playing the original PS1 or if I'm playing the PSP one. I actually have a PSP, but I don't want to take the time to capture it. I might just get like the PSP one somehow, which is the War of the Lions one. I think you can get that also maybe on the PlayStation 4 Virtual Console or whatever the equivalent of it is. Yeah, that on Android. Well, I may even have that on Android because I have BlueStacks, so I can play that on Android. So I have not decided yet, is basically the short version of that. War of the Lions added like voicings and it like cleared up a lot of the weird, basically badly translated bits, but then there's other parts of it that sort of takes away from some of the, I don't know, the charm of the first one. And I played PS1 and then I played the one on PSP, so I played both. So I don't know. I'm not sure yet is the answer to that. But that is what I'm going to be doing in the future. But for tomorrow, I'm going to be playing some Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete, so I hope you will join me for that. And I hope you enjoyed this tonight. If you did, I hope you will consider following the channel. I hope you will consider checking out the YouTube with !ArvTube. The Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website is arvineleron.com. If you are interested in helping us out financially, which we appreciate, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area. You can get Infinity and Beyond stuff, Adventures in Middle-earth stuff, soon to be Esper Genesis stuff. That shop is under construction, be aware, but !Arv Shop will get you over there. !Arv Treon is that thing right there. 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. You can get inspirations to help the tabletop players. You can help all month long. You can help You can get stuff that allows you to get an epic poem written about you. I owe one of those to Effect Life, who I will be doing for this month. You can get a custom character background written for you. You can also get some stuff. You can get a writing critique, a copy of one of my band's albums. You can even get the channel moved up towards a higher level for one of those. Those things will happen as well. Thank you for being here, Mrs. Dunsel. Then, of course, the sub button, which a few of you have done tonight. Subbing to the channel is also great and allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes to be used everywhere across Twitch, and also will allow you to inspire the players as well. So that's always something to consider. And last but certainly not least, on the publishing side, Exclamation Point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel, award-winning from Athos Arts. You can check that out, and if you like that, you can also check out Exclamation Point Gray Shade KS, which is the Gray Shade Kickstarter, because Athos is going to be not only publishing Gray Shade in the next month or so, maybe 6 weeks at most, but they're also going to be doing the other books in the series, which are going to be coming out as part of a Kickstarter in late summer, early fall. So you can check that out with Exclamation Point Gray Shade KS. There's a lot of parts of that. And of course, Exclamation Point Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is this. That is my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, already available in digital, coming out in print. They are fulfilling Kickstarter orders and store orders right now, but within the next few weeks, they'll be starting to sell these in physical to people who are not Kickstarter backers, and that's awesome because I think this is a good book. I worked hard on it, and there's amazing contributors to it, so you're definitely going to want to check that out. That would be lovely. But that is the deal with that. Oh, and then last but certainly not least, of course, Exclamation Point BLM, that is Black Lives Matter. And of course, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And Exclamation Point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others if they need help, and to reach out to others if you need help as well. Now, with that said, we are going to raid someone tonight, I think, although, no, you know what? I changed my mind. I usually do raid, but it's super late, and I don't want to come in with like just a few people. It's late. We're gonna raid someone tomorrow. It'll be a lot of fun, but no raid today. So tonight we are just going to say thank you for being awesome peoples, and thank you for being awesome as a part of this stream. I want to thank everyone who made this possible. I want to thank, oh my goodness, I'm never gonna see this unless I go over here. I want to thank, let's see, Rock God. I want to thank Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, best mods in the business. I want to thank my subscribers, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats. I want to thank Blackberry Bear, Mrs. Dunsel, and Thordax Mommy. I also want to thank the Patreon supporters in that group, and I want to thank my regular viewers, 2020 Cat Rambo. Thank you, Cat, just hanging out here. Determinologies, good to see you, Determinologies. Forceps, Galadrielbot, Dragtress, Lightcard, Lost Rivers, welcome, Lost Rivers. Marinda, Music and Arts, PKD Fan, Tauntoms, VNK, and Xenorex. Thank you all so much for being a part of this awesomeness tonight. I had a good time with all of you. And I will see you tomorrow sometime between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern for the continuation of Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. Until then, thanks for being a part of Legacy of Dragonholt. There will be more to come. And I will catch all of you lovely people very soon. Until then, everyone be good to each other. And I'll see you all soon. Bye for now. Honk.